The antique grandfather clock in the opulent, yet strangely quiet, study chimed noon, its resonant tones echoing through the empty mansion. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, mirroring the melancholy that seemed to permeate the very air of the sprawling estate. Elias Thorne, the man who had orchestrated an empire of whispered secrets and subtle leverage, was gone. But what unseen ripples did his meticulously constructed network leave behind, and how would its intricate web continue to ensnare those who believed themselves free of his influence? Elias Thorne's passing didn't create a vacuum. It created a tremor. His historical research consultancy in Berlin, once a hub of quiet power, stood silent. Yet, the seeds he had sown over decades had taken deep root, and even without his direct guidance, the network he built possessed a strange, self-sustaining inertia. His hand-picked lieutenants, skilled in the art of soft coercion and information arbitrage, suddenly found themselves untethered, yet still bound by the intricate systems Elias had perfected. They were not criminals in the traditional sense, but highly specialized operatives in a world where data was the ultimate weapon. His vast, digitized archive, the very tool that had hinted at his downfall, now became an accidental legacy. Secured by layers of outdated but fiendishly complex encryption, it was a treasure trove of vulnerabilities, a digital roadmap to the skeletons in countless powerful closets. No single individual could access the entire archive, but fragmented copies, stored across multiple redundant systems and offline backups, meant that segments of Elias's influence remained potent. These fragments, like shards of a broken mirror, still reflected uncomfortable truths, waiting to be rediscovered by those who knew what to look for or simply stumbled upon them. The immediate aftermath of Elias's death saw a cautious realignment. His lieutenants, each controlling a piece of the financial and informational puzzle, began to operate independently, often unknowingly leveraging the same discrete channels Elias had established. The rare book dealership continued to move funds, the art gallery still facilitated donations, and the publishing house occasionally issued new, historical analyses. The subtle pressure points Elias had identified, the undisclosed investments, the secret offshore accounts, the quiet indiscretions, remained potent, influencing decisions in corporate boardrooms and political backchannels without the need for overt threats. It was as if Elias's ghost continued to pull the strings, his shadow extending far beyond the grave. The full extent of his legacy, however, became apparent when a young, ambitious politician, rising quickly through the ranks, found his career suddenly stalled. Senator Schmidt, a man with an impeccable public image, discovered that a carefully selected detail from his distant past, a minor ethical lapse during his student years, long forgotten and inconsequential on its own, had mysteriously resurfaced in a private conversation between two influential campaign donors. There was no direct accusation, no public scandal, just a quiet, almost sympathetic concern about his judgment from a few key figures, enough to shift momentum and divert vital funding. Senator Schmidt, a man of sharp intellect, didn't dismiss it as coincidence. He hired a private investigator, a former intelligence analyst named Lena Petrova, known for her ability to discern patterns from seemingly unrelated data points. Lena began by tracing the origins of the concern, a nebulous task that led her down a rabbit hole of anonymous emails, untraceable phone calls, and hushed meetings. She discovered that the concern always seemed to emanate from circles connected, however tangentially, to a certain obscure investment fund, one that had been quietly acquiring stakes in various European energy companies. This fund, she eventually traced back to a network of shell corporations, identical in structure to those Elias Thorne had favored. The real breakthrough came when Lena cross-referenced the names associated with the investment fund with a series of old, digitally preserved historical research invoices from Elias Thorne's former consultancy. One name, a minor consultant who had worked for Senator Schmidt's campaign years ago, appeared on both lists. This consultant, now a successful lobbyist, had unknowingly accessed a fragmented portion of Elias's archived information related to Schmidt's past. using it to gently nudge outcomes in favor of the investment fund's interests. The consultant wasn't aware of Elias or his network. He simply saw an opportunity in a database he had legally acquired from a defunct research firm. The information was merely leverage, applied subtly and without trace. The full scale of the unraveling came not through a dramatic exposé, but through a series of quiet, strategic divestitures. Lena's meticulous work revealed that the investment fund's influence was too pervasive, too deeply woven into the fabric of legitimate enterprise to be directly confronted. Instead, by discreetly publishing an academic paper on the unseen financial architectures of post-war Europe, Lena exposed the methodology rather than the specific actors. The paper, appearing in an obscure economic journal, detailed the patterns of financial transactions, the use of shell corporations, and the subtle leveraging of information, all without naming names. The financial world, suddenly alert to the blueprint, began to quietly dismantle the very structures Elias had built. The quiet, insidious power of Elias Thorne's legacy didn't end with a bang, but with a series of almost imperceptible whimperings, as his unseen empire slowly, quietly, began to recede into the shadows from which it had first emerged. What secrets might still linger, buried deep within those digital fragments, awaiting the next unsuspecting researcher? The flickering neon sign of the Midnight Arcade cast a sickly green glow on the rain-slicked streets of Tokyo's Shinjuku district in the early 1990s. Inside, the cacophony of arcade games masked a quieter, more lucrative operation. Kaito the Ghost in the Wire's Tanaka, a young man barely out of his teens, his fingers dancing across a custom-built keyboard, orchestrated a hidden network of digital whispers and quiet diversions. His empire wasn't built on force, but on the exploitation of nascent digital systems. But how could such a technically brilliant mind, operating in a realm of pure information, be tripped up by something as seemingly mundane as a discarded floppy disk, and what long-forgotten digital signature would ultimately lead to his undoing? Kaito Tanaka was a pioneer of cybercrime, long before the internet became a household name. In the bustling, technologically advanced landscape of 1990s Japan, he identified the vulnerabilities in the emerging automated systems that powered everything from public transportation ticketing to early online banking. His moniker, the Ghost in the Wires, was apt. He moved through data networks unseen, leaving no trace. He didn't hack for chaos or notoriety. His motivation was purely financial, executed with an almost artistic precision. His genius lay in micro-diversions. He wrote sophisticated scripts that would subtly alter transaction records, siphoning off fractions of yen from millions of daily transactions, from vending machine sales to automated teller machine withdrawals. These infinitesimally small amounts, undetectable in isolation, accumulated into vast sums in discrete, untraceable accounts. His operation extended to manipulating digital inventory systems, allowing for the quiet diversion of high-value electronics from manufacturing plants to black markets, all while the digital ledger indicated perfect stock levels. The Midnight Arcade was his front, providing a plausible explanation for late-night computer activity and a steady, cash-intensive business for layering his illicit gains. Kaito's criminal strategies were a masterclass in digital camouflage and layered anonymity. He used dial-up modems and payphones to connect to early bulletin board systems, then bounced through multiple compromised servers across the globe, obscuring his origin. His money laundering was equally innovative for its time, leveraging the booming parallel economies of the period. Funds would be digitally transferred to shell corporations in obscure island nations, then invested in legitimate Japanese entertainment companies or emerging software startups as seed capital. He even developed a unique form of soft coercion, quietly gaining access to the personal data of influential executives or minor politicians, not to expose them, but to gently guide their decisions on technology adoption or regulatory oversight, opening new avenues for his digital exploits. You might experience a slight delay in your train commute or notice a new software company suddenly receiving massive investment, never knowing Kaido's unseen hand was at play. The unraveling of Kaido's empire didn't come from a determined cyber detective or a data breach. It began with an unlikely source, a government initiative to recycle old computer equipment from defunct public offices. A young, enthusiastic IT technician named Kenji Ishikawa, tasked with wiping and preparing the equipment, discovered a single, seemingly blank 3.5-inch floppy disk lodged in an old workstation. It was an anomaly. Most disks were meticulously cataloged. Kenji, driven by a simple sense of thoroughness, decided to examine the disk before wiping it. It appeared to be empty, but a low-level scan revealed hidden, fragmented data, a common occurrence with old disks. Using a basic data recovery tool, he salvaged a small, incomplete file. It was a fragment of code, an early version of a program, but what caught Kenji's eye was not the code itself, but a unique, almost artistic comment header at the top. A series of seemingly random characters in Japanese kanji that formed a distinctive, almost poetic signature. Kenji, a hobbyist programmer, recognized it as an incredibly elegant, if unconventional, way to sign one's work. The critical break came when Kenji, recalling an online forum discussion about a series of inexplicable minor digital glitches in Tokyo's early public transport ticketing system from years prior, remembered a fellow forum user mentioning a similar, highly unusual coding style found in a recovered system log. The forum user, who went by the handle WireGhost, had theorized it might be a new form of digital tagging. Kenji, intrigued, searched for WireGhost and found old forum posts where the user had shared snippets of code for discussion. One of these snippets, an unrelated utility program, contained an almost identical, highly stylized comment header to the one he found on the floppy disk. This unique digital signature, a programmer's unconscious habit, was the thread. Kenji, working discreetly, cross-referenced the WireGhost forum activity with known public records from that era. He found that the WireGhost user had once, briefly, used an email address linked to an internet cafe located directly above the Midnight Arcade. Further investigation revealed that Kaido Tanaka, then a student, had been a frequent, late-night customer at that very internet cafe, paying only in cash. Kaido's downfall was not a dramatic raid, but a quiet, almost academic discovery. Kenji presented his findings, not as a criminal exposé, but as a technical paper on digital signature analysis and legacy system vulnerabilities at a small cybersecurity conference. He described the unique comment header as an analog fingerprint in a digital world, illustrating how it had been unknowingly left across multiple systems. The intelligence agencies attending the conference immediately recognized the implications. The quiet, almost artistic flourish in Kaido's code, a ghost of his past, had become the indelible mark that led them to the ghost in the wires. His empire, built on the illusion of digital invisibility, slowly materialized under the cold, steady gaze of pure, precise data analysis. What other subtle markers do we leave behind in the digital realm, unknowingly revealing our unseen selves? In the smoky backrooms of Dublin's Old City in the 1990s, amidst the clinking of glasses and hushed conversations, stood Declan the Bookie O'Connell. He wasn't a man of fists, but of figures, building a vast, illicit gambling empire that stretched from the horse tracks of Leopardstown to the dimly lit poker games in back alleys across the island. Every wager, every payout, every whispered tip seemed to pass through his unseen hand. How did a seemingly legitimate bookmaker become the quiet financial heart of a sprawling criminal network? And what unexpected human element in his world of pure numbers finally brought his meticulous system undone? Declan O'Connell had an almost supernatural gift for mathematics and a deep understanding of human psychology. particularly the irresistible allure of a seemingly easy win. He had started legitimately, a small-time bookie known for his fair odds and quiet demeanor. But he quickly realized that true wealth lay not in legitimate margins, but in exploiting the gray areas of the law and the insatiable appetite for risk. He created an intricate network of runners, seemingly independent bookmakers in pubs, clubs, and social gatherings, who took bets on everything from local football matches to international political outcomes. These runners funneled their take to Declan, who, through a highly sophisticated, unrecorded ledger system, managed the vast sums and calculated the payouts. His operation was faster, more flexible, and more discreet than any legitimate gambling establishment, drawing in a vast clientele, from working-class punters to wealthy businessmen seeking to evade taxes on their winnings. His empire thrived on its invisibility. Bets were placed in cash, recorded on anonymous slips, and processed through a web of accounts that Declan meticulously managed. He leveraged the trust he had cultivated within communities, offering better odds and quicker payouts than legal alternatives, creating a loyalty that transcended mere business. If a significant bet was placed, Declan had a system of hedging through legitimate international betting exchanges, placing smaller counterbets to mitigate his risk, further blurring the lines between his illicit and legitimate activities. His public persona was that of a quiet, respectable businessman, perhaps a bit reclusive but undeniably successful. The vast profits from this underground gambling network were laundered through a chain of seemingly legitimate pubs and restaurants across Dublin, businesses that Declan gradually acquired. These establishments provided the perfect front. Cash from the illicit betting operations would be mixed with the legitimate daily takings from the pubs, declared as food and drink sales. The sheer volume of small cash transactions inherent in the hospitality industry made it almost impossible to distinguish the illicit funds from the legitimate ones. This allowed Declan to invest in more properties, further expand his legitimate business empire, and project an image of a successful, if somewhat understated, entrepreneur. The first subtle crack in Declan's fortress of numbers appeared not through a police investigation, but through the observations of a new, keen-eyed tax auditor, Fiona Gallagher, who was reviewing the financial records of several Dublin pubs. She noticed that a particular cluster of pubs, all owned by the same holding company, controlled by Declan, consistently reported exceptionally high cash sales for their size and location, often outperforming even much larger, more popular establishments. There was no direct evidence of wrongdoing, just a persistent statistical anomaly that piqued her professional curiosity. The true unraveling, however, came from an unexpected source: a series of fixed horse races. Declan, in a rare deviation from his usual strategy of pure mathematical odds, had been quietly colluding with a stable owner to fix the outcome of several races, guaranteeing massive, untraceable payouts to key figures within his organization. This was a direct, albeit quiet, manipulation of the very sport that underpinned much of his business, driven by a desire to consolidate power and reward absolute loyalty. He believed these fixes were untraceable, known only to a trusted few. However, one of the jockeys involved in these fixed races, a young man named Liam, harbored a deep, simmering resentment. Liam was a talented rider, but constantly felt exploited by the stable owner and underpaid for his dangerous work. He saw the fixed races as a betrayal of the sport he loved and a humiliation to his integrity as a rider. He also noticed that Declan, usually so detached, had personally overseen the payouts for these specific fixed races, a rare deviation from his usual protocol. In a moment of quiet moral rebellion and desperation, Liam, using an anonymous tip, informed a sports journalist known for his integrity, not about the fixed races directly, he feared for his life, but about the unusual, almost impossible odds that Declan's private betting network had offered on those specific races and the disproportionately high number of winners it produced. This seemingly innocuous tip about impossible odds led the journalist to investigate Declan's betting patterns for those particular races. What he uncovered was not evidence of race fixing, but a clear, undeniable statistical anomaly that pointed to pre-knowledge. This information, when combined with Fiona Gallagher's tax audit observations about the unusual cash flow in Declan's pubs, provided the crucial pieces for a joint task force. They couldn't prove Declan fixed races, but they could prove he was operating a vast, illicit betting ring and systematically laundering massive amounts of cash through his pub empire, allowing him to evade taxes and operate outside the law. Declan O'Connell was arrested not amidst a flurry of bets or a dramatic raid, but quietly, in the back office of one of his seemingly innocuous pubs, surrounded by ledgers and account books. The charges were for illegal gambling operations, money laundering, and tax evasion. The only sound was the distant murmur of conversation from the pub's patrons, completely oblivious to the silent fall of the man who had controlled their every wager, a stark testament to how even the most brilliant architects of numerical control can be undone by the subtle, unpredictable force of human integrity and resentment. The faint scent of aged paper and ink clung to the quiet study, where Silas Thorne, known more for his immaculate suits than his temper, reviewed the quarterly reports. For decades, his operations had flowed like an unseen current beneath the city's bustling surface, funneling millions through legitimate fronts. But how could such a meticulously constructed facade, built on silence and subtle influence, begin to show the first hairline cracks, visible only to the most patient observer? Silas Thorne was not the archetype of the roaring gangster. He preferred negotiations in hushed tones over the clinking of ice in crystal glasses, rather than the loud demands of a street thug. His empire wasn't built on fear, but on an intricate web of favors, investments, and silent partnerships. From the textile mills in the Carolinas to the burgeoning real estate ventures along the coast, his reach was undeniable, yet always cloaked in the veneer of legitimate enterprise. His brilliance lay in anticipating trends, in identifying the subtle shifts in the economic tide that others missed. He had a knack for making seemingly risky investments turn into quiet gold mines, all while the true source of his capital remained an enigma to outsiders. The heart of Silas's operation was financial ingenuity. His textile business, for instance, generated substantial, untraceable cash through over-invoicing and phantom shipments, creating a perfect conduit for illicit funds. Shell corporations, layered meticulously across international borders, laundered money through complex real estate deals that always seemed to turn a surprising profit. You could trace a dozen transactions, each seemingly innocuous, and still never find the original source. It was a masterpiece of financial illusion, designed to frustrate any conventional audit. His network of trusted lawyers and accountants, many of whom believed they were simply optimizing tax structures for a wealthy, private investor, ensured every document was legally watertight. The true nature of the funds, however, was known only to a select few, and even they understood it through euphemisms and coded language. The unraveling didn't begin with a wiretap or a disgruntled associate. It started with a single, unassuming man named Arthur Finch, an IRS agent whose career had been defined by a quiet persistence. Finch wasn't interested in the violent street wars. His fascination lay in numbers, in the subtle discrepancies that whispered of deeper secrets. For years, Finch had noticed a curious pattern in the regional economy. Certain industries, seemingly unrelated, exhibited an unusual, synchronized surge in profits, often linked by obscure holding companies. He began to trace these threads, not looking for crime, but for anomalies. He spent countless hours poring over public records, corporate filings, and obscure property deeds. It was painstaking work, almost meditative in its quiet intensity. Finch's investigation wasn't a pursuit, but an excavation. He wasn't after Silas Thorne directly, He was simply following the money, wherever it led. He noticed the same offshore trust appearing in the most unlikely places, a struggling textile company one year, a flourishing vineyard the next. The common denominator was always a series of meticulously crafted, perfectly legal transactions that just didn't quite add up to genuine market growth. Each piece of the puzzle on its own was unremarkable, but when laid together, they began to form a sprawling, intricate mosaic that pointed towards a single, unseen architect. The genius of Silas Thorne's system was also its Achilles heel. Its very complexity, while obscuring direct links, created a detectable pattern for someone patient enough to see it. The true turn came not from a single informant, but from a quiet shift in the financial world. New banking regulations in a small European nation, designed to combat global terrorism financing, inadvertently tightened the screws on older, less transparent offshore accounts. One of Silas's oldest and most trusted shell corporations, which had been dormant for years, was flagged due to a sudden mandatory disclosure request. This led to a paper trail, not of criminality, but of a specific, unusual transfer from a legitimate American charity foundation to a newly acquired European vineyard. This charity, ostensibly legitimate, was a front used by Silas decades ago, and its recent activity, however minor, drew Finch's attention. Finch discovered that the charity had received a large, untraceable donation decades prior, from a source that now, under the new regulations, revealed a faint connection to a string of defunct businesses in Chicago. This was the thread, the unassuming ledger, kept by a long-retired bookkeeper who had meticulously recorded every transaction, however obscure, for the textile business, now made sense. It wasn't about violence, but about tax evasion, financial fraud on an unimaginable scale, and the subtle manipulation of markets. The bookkeeper, now elderly and suffering from memory loss, had no idea of the ledger's true significance, but her precise entries, found during a routine audit of the charity that had accidentally linked to Silas, provided the undeniable proof. The quiet whispers of numbers, painstakingly pieced together by Arthur Finch, finally gave voice to the truth behind Silas Thorne's impeccable facade. His downfall wasn't a fiery crash, but a slow, quiet fade into the stark light of irrefutable evidence. Imagine a man who held the most scandalous secrets of a city's elite, not through brute force or overt threats, but by providing an irresistible, indispensable service. How did Arthur "Artie" Finch, the impeccably dressed concierge to the powerful, become such a formidable, yet quiet power broker, intertwining himself with the lives of the city's most influential figures, and what subtle personal indulgence, carefully hidden, ultimately led to the quiet exposure of his gilded cage? In the opulent, whispered world of mid-20th century high society, Arthur Finch was less a presence and more a perfectly tailored shadow. Publicly, he ran Finch and Associates, an exclusive concierge service catering to the city's wealthiest families and most influential politicians. Need a delicate scandal quietly hushed? A child's indiscretion erased from public record? A rare, antique item acquired without drawing attention? Artie was the man. You might have seen him gliding through the most exclusive hotel lobbies, always impeccably dressed, a discreet smile playing on his lips, never speaking above a murmur. His reputation built on absolute discretion and unparalleled efficacy. Yet, beneath this veneer of high-end service, Artie was not merely facilitating desires. He was meticulously cataloging the vulnerabilities of the very people he served, transforming favors into future leverage. Artie's rise was a slow burn of accumulating trust and information. He began by genuinely helping people, solving their most embarrassing or challenging problems with an almost magical ease. He never asked for money up front, only a quiet favor or future consideration. These considerations, however, were rarely financial. Instead, they were accessed to private phone logs, to obscure committee meetings, to confidential business dealings. He understood that information was the ultimate currency, and that the quiet burden of a debt of gratitude was far more binding than any written contract. This was his version of racketeering, not demanding protection money, but subtly making himself indispensable, creating a network of individuals too indebted or too compromised to ever refuse him. His criminal strategies were a masterclass in soft coercion. He never threatened, never raised his voice. Instead, he would simply remind a client of a past service rendered, perhaps by making an almost casual reference to a forgotten indiscretion. The implication was always clear. Deny Artie, and your carefully guarded secrets might become inconveniently public. This quiet pressure was enough. Money laundering was seamlessly integrated into his concierge business. He would charge exorbitant, yet plausible, fees for his unique services. A simple travel arrangement might be billed at 10 times the market rate, justified by its discreet handling or unparalleled access. These inflated profits, blended with legitimate income, would then be invested in a series of anonymous shell companies that purchased seemingly mundane assets, from commercial real estate to rare art, effectively washing the illicit funds into a clean, respectable portfolio. Power struggles in Artie's world were rarely physical. When a rival, usually a more traditional fixer or even an ambitious criminal figure, attempted to encroach on his territory or undermine his influence, Artie wouldn't send enforcers. Instead, a meticulously sourced, perfectly timed whisper would find its way to the appropriate ear. A minor tax irregularity in a rival's legitimate business, a secret meeting with an unsavory contact, or a carefully documented personal failing. These subtle leaks, always just enough to cause disruption and discredit, but never enough to implicate Artie, would quietly dismantle his opponents, leaving them bewildered as their world inexplicably unraveled. His was a strategy of quiet, surgical precision. The unraveling of Artie's meticulously constructed world began not with a grand betrayal, but with a deeply personal indulgence and the quiet dedication of a young archivist. Artie had a profound, hidden passion. He was an avid, almost obsessive collector of antique maps, particularly those with unique provenance or unusual historical annotations. He used his ill-gotten gains to fund this expensive hobby, acquiring pieces through discreet, often untraceable channels. He kept his most valuable acquisitions, and, crucially, a meticulous analog ledger detailing his favors and the leverage he held over his clients, in a hidden, climate-controlled vault in his quiet suburban home, believing paper records were untraceable in the digital age. The key to his undoing came in the form of Amelia Thorne, a brilliant, unassuming archival specialist recently hired by the city's prestigious historical society. Her task was to catalog a newly acquired private collection of maps, donated posthumously by a prominent old money family, a family Artie had long held under his quiet sway due to a decades-old, hushed-up financial scandal. While meticulously examining a rare 18th century nautical chart, Amelia noticed a peculiar, almost invisible watermark, a small, highly specific symbol that, according to her research, denoted a particular, now-defunct private printing press known for its illicit, highly sensitive documents. This map, she soon discovered, had been reported as missing from the family's private collection years prior, a detail that had been quietly suppressed by the family due to the sensitive nature of other documents missing at the same time. Amelia's curiosity was piqued. Why would a family report a valuable map missing, then publicly donate a large collection of other maps, seemingly without a trace of the missing item? And why the illicit watermark? Her meticulous research led her to discover that the original owner of the missing map had been deeply involved in the very scandal Artie had helped the family suppress. She began to connect seemingly disparate threads: the missing map, the timing of the scandal, and the fact that Artie Finch, the legendary concierge, had somehow resolved that scandal with improbable ease. Amelia didn't suspect a vast criminal enterprise. She suspected an intricate network of historical theft and quiet deception. Arthur Finch's downfall was as understated as his modus operandi. There were no dramatic arrests, no public confessions. Instead, a quiet warrant was obtained for his home, ostensibly for a routine investigation into the provenance of certain historical documents. Inside his vault, alongside the priceless maps, investigators discovered the meticulously handwritten ledger detailing his decades of services, his clients' deepest secrets, and the exact leverage he held over each one. The charges against him were not for violence, but for widespread blackmail, racketeering, and extensive money laundering. The concierge of compromise, who had built an empire on knowing everyone's secrets, was quietly brought down by the very personal indulgence he had sought to hide, illuminated by a small, illicit watermark on an antique map and the unwavering dedication of an archivist who simply sought to understand history. Imagine a man who never raised his voice, whose hands were clean of physical confrontation, yet held a bustling port city in his silent grip. How did such a quiet, unassuming figure come to wield so much influence over the flow of goods and labor, and what eventually caused his meticulously built empire to crumble, revealing the quiet rot beneath its seemingly impenetrable surface? In the mid-20th century, amidst the clamor and grit of the city's sprawling waterfront, Arthur Beaumont was an anomaly. While other figures of power on the docks were known for their booming voices and imposing physiques, Arthur, often seen clutching a worn leather briefcase, resembled a diligent, if slightly harried, accountant. And in a way, he was. His mind, however, was not merely focused on balancing books, but on orchestrating an intricate symphony of control over the port, a control built not on brute force, but on the subtle manipulation of systems and the quiet exploitation of human nature. Arthur's ascent began almost imperceptibly. He started by offering consulting services to small import-export businesses, promising to streamline their operations, ensuring their cargo was never delayed, never lost. What these businesses soon realized was that Arthur wasn't just offering efficiency. He was offering immunity from the very inefficiencies he subtly created. A sudden, inexplicable strike among stevedores, an unexpected misplacement of vital shipping manifests, or a mysterious delay in customs clearance would invariably precede Arthur's calm, almost empathetic offer of a solution. Pay a small, regular fee, and these vexing issues simply vanished. You see, the power lay in making problems disappear, not in creating them overtly. His genius lay in identifying the true choke points of the waterfront. Not the muscle-bound union bosses, but the seemingly innocuous clerks who processed manifests, the foremen who assigned labor, and the obscure committees that set shipping rates. Arthur cultivated these individuals with quiet generosity, small favors, and the implicit understanding that cooperation led to a smoother life. He rarely threatened. Instead, he made the alternative to cooperation appear far more inconvenient, far more costly than compliance. Racketeering, in Arthur's hands, became an art form of soft coercion, a gentle pressure that guided everyone into his carefully constructed channels. As his influence grew, so did the need to sanitize the vast sums of money flowing into his coffers. Arthur established a network of seemingly legitimate businesses, a string of seafood restaurants dotting the waterfront, a burgeoning international shipping agency, even a small chain of dry cleaners. These enterprises, managed by loyal, often unwitting fronts, laundered the illicit profits, transforming dirty cash into respectable revenue. You might have dined in one of his establishments, never suspecting that the fresh catch on your plate was funded by the subtle shakedown of the very ships that brought it to shore. His empire was a testament to the idea that the most effective criminality often hides in plain sight, camouflaged by the mundane. Challenges inevitably arose, primarily from older, more traditional crime factions who mistook Arthur's quiet demeanor for weakness. They tried to muscle in to disrupt his operations with their customary violence. But Arthur, ever the strategist, would simply allow their aggression to expose them. A rival gang's violent intervention would often result in an anonymous tip to a federal agency about their more obvious illicit activities, leading to their swift public downfall, while Arthur's discreet operations continued unmolested. He understood that in a world of loud threats, silence could be the most potent weapon. The unraveling of Arthur's empire began not with a bang, but with a whisper, and then a series of persistent questions. A new breed of federal investigator, a quiet, analytical woman named Agent Eleanor Vance from a nascent organized crime unit, arrived in the city. She wasn't looking for bloodshed or flashy arrests. She was looking for patterns. Her initial focus was on the strangely stagnant wages of dock workers despite soaring profits for certain port-related businesses, and the curious, almost rhythmic fluctuations in import costs. These anomalies didn't scream gang war. They whispered financial manipulation. Agent Vance began her investigation not by storming offices, but by engaging in countless, low-key conversations with longshoremen, small business owners, and union stewards. She built trust by listening to their grievances, their frustrations with the inexplicable inefficiencies that plagued the docks, the feeling of an unseen hand guiding their livelihoods. She pieced together fragments of information, linking seemingly isolated incidents of delayed cargo or sudden labor shortages. The turning point came when she quietly approached Frank, the Grip Moretti, a longtime union representative. Moretti had grown increasingly resentful of Arthur's detached control, feeling that the old ways of direct negotiation and a more equitable cut were being eroded. He harbored a quiet anger, a sense of being perpetually undervalued by Arthur, who treated him more as a cog than a confidant. Vance's approach was calm, methodical, appealing to his sense of injustice and perhaps a hint of self-preservation. Moretti didn't confess to grand conspiracies. He merely laid bare the intricate system of fees for cargo placement, the phantom workers on the payroll, and the subtle rigging of union elections, all orchestrated by Arthur's unseen hand. Moretti's testimony, combined with the detailed financial records meticulously kept by Arthur himself, provided the final key. Arthur's pride in his system, his belief that its complexity rendered it uncrackable, ultimately became his undoing. The ledgers, once a symbol of his quiet power, were systematically deciphered by a team of forensic accountants. Arthur Beaumont was not arrested in a dramatic public spectacle. There was no shootout, no high-speed chase. Instead, he received a quiet subpoena to appear before a grand jury, followed by an equally quiet arrest for tax evasion, racketeering, and conspiracy. The quiet king was brought down not by bullets, but by numbers, by the very meticulousness that had allowed him to build his subtle, pervasive empire. His fall was as understated as his rise, leaving the docks to slowly breathe again, wondering how such a seemingly harmless man could have held them in such a quiet, unyielding grip for so long. The gentle hum of server racks punctuated the otherwise sterile silence of the data center, a stark contrast to the gritty, analog world of crime. Julian the Ghost Thorne, a man whose face was known only to a handful of trusted shadows, watched lines of code scroll across multiple monitors, each character representing a quiet financial transaction, a digital whisper in the vast noise of the internet. His empire was not built on territory or violence, but on the ethereal planes of cyberspace, manipulating markets and siphoning wealth with the deftness of a phantom. But how could a man who operated with such digital precision, leaving no discernible trace in the physical world, be brought low by something as old-fashioned and tangible as a simple photograph? And what forgotten connection would ultimately expose his elusive empire? Julian Thorne was a paradox, a ghost in the machine who craved real-world power. Operating from a series of anonymous data havens across Eastern Europe in the late 1990s and early 2000s, he perfected the art of sophisticated cyber fraud and financial manipulation. His targets weren't local businesses, but multinational corporations, investment banks, and even national treasuries. He didn't use guns or intimidation. His weapons were algorithms, phishing campaigns, and zero-day exploits. He could make millions vanish from one account and reappear, laundered and legitimized, in another, all within the blink of an eye. His genius lay in his understanding of the nascent global financial system, its interconnectedness, and its blind spots. He created elaborate schemes of high-frequency trading where algorithms, under his control, would execute millions of microtransactions, creating artificial market volatility and siphoning off fractions of a cent from each trade. These infinitesimally small amounts, multiplied by billions of transactions, accumulated into staggering sums. He also specialized in soft coercion through digital means, quiet, untraceable data breaches of influential individuals, not for public exposure, but to gain leverage for insider trading or to subtly steer policy decisions in his favor. You might see a sudden, inexplicable surge in a stock you hadn't heard of, or a policy shift in a minor regulatory body, never knowing it was the ghost's unseen hand at work. Julian's criminal strategies were a masterclass in technological stealth and layered anonymity. He used encrypted networks, anonymizing software, and a web of proxies that stretched across continents, making it virtually impossible to trace his digital footprints back to a physical location. His money laundering operations were equally sophisticated, involving cryptocurrency exchanges, long before they became mainstream, shell companies registered in island nations, and complex round-robin transfers through multiple banks, each transaction appearing to be for legitimate software development or data consultation. His agents were not enforcers, but highly skilled programmers, ethical hackers turned rogue, and financial analysts who could navigate the darkest corners of the dark web. They communicated through encrypted channels, their identities known only by pseudonyms. The unraveling of Julian's empire didn't begin with a digital forensic breakthrough or a successful hack. It started with an old physical photograph. Years before he became the ghost, Julian Thorne, then a brilliant but socially awkward computer science student, had attended an obscure academic conference in Zurich. A freelance photographer, hired to document the event, had taken a candid shot of Julian intently discussing a complex mathematical equation with a renowned cryptographer. The photograph, a single print, had been filed away in the photographer's personal archive and largely forgotten. Decades later, a team of cybersecurity experts, assembled by Interpol and dubbed the Digital Shadows Unit, was investigating a series of highly sophisticated financial market manipulations that defied conventional attribution. Led by Detective Anya Sharma, a former mathematician with an uncanny ability to spot patterns in chaos, the unit had painstakingly pieced together a profile of the elusive perpetrator, whom they nicknamed the Ghost. They knew his methods, his preferred attack vectors, and even his peculiar coding style, but they had no name, no face, no physical trace. The critical break came when Anya's team, exploring a seemingly unrelated lead concerning a historical data breach from a defunct Swiss bank, stumbled upon a reference to the Zurich conference. The bank's internal security report, dating back to the late 1990s, mentioned a notable attendee, Julian Thorne, who had, purely coincidentally, been present during a minor, then unexplained network anomaly at the conference venue. The anomaly had been dismissed as a glitch. Anya, intrigued by the name, then cross-referenced it with academic databases. A single, grainy image from the conference archives appeared, the old photograph. What caught Anya's eye was not Julian's face, but the unique, almost artistic knot he had tied in his shoelaces. A very specific, obscure lacing technique he had learned in his youth. Anya had seen this exact knot before, not in person, but in the highly stylized, almost signature way the ghost had subtly encrypted certain lines of his most complex malicious code, a kind of digital Easter egg he left in his work. It was a pattern of complexity, an almost artistic signature, disguised as random data. It was an aesthetic quirk, a forgotten habit from his academic days, transformed into an unconscious digital fingerprint. The photograph, combined with the subtle coding signature, provided the tangible link. Anya's team then used facial recognition software on the old photo, cross-referencing it with the vast, publicly available digital footprint of the internet. They found no direct matches for Julian Thorne in the criminal databases, but they did find a strong, albeit indirect, match to an individual who had briefly registered a domain name for a small, now-defunct data storage company in Eastern Europe in the early 2000s. A company that had served as one of the Ghost's earliest, most temporary digital fronts. The physical world, through a simple, forgotten image, had finally provided the anchor needed to pull the elusive ghost out of the digital ether and into the stark light of reality. What other invisible threads connect our past to our present, waiting for discovery? It was a seemingly insignificant detail on a tax form, a minor discrepancy in the reported revenue of a suburban dry cleaning chain, that first caught the eye of a junior auditor in the Bureau of Internal Revenue in the late 1950s. How could such a vast and meticulously constructed financial empire, built on the quiet, methodical laundering of illicit gains, begin to unravel from such an almost imperceptible flaw? Known only as the ledger man within the hushed circles of the syndicate, Arthur Finch was not the imposing figure one might imagine at the heart of a vast criminal enterprise. He was a man of precise habits, impeccable suits, and an unnerving quietude that belied the intricate financial architecture he constructed. While others dealt in brute force and intimidation, Arthur wielded ledgers, balance sheets, and an unparalleled understanding of banking regulations. His genius lay in his ability to make millions of dollars in illicit profits simply disappear into the legitimate economy, only to resurface as untainted taxable income. This wasn't merely about disguising cash. It was about weaving it into the very fabric of American commerce through a network of shell corporations, real estate holdings, and, notably, a burgeoning chain of seemingly innocuous service businesses. Arthur's method was a slow, deliberate infusion. Dirty money from gambling operations, illicit liquor sales, and discreet protection rackets flowed into the coffers of his front businesses. Small, everyday transactions, a dry cleaning bill here, a car repair there, became the conduits. He established layers of holding companies, each owning a fraction of the next, creating a labyrinthine paper trail that confounded even experienced financial investigators. For years, the syndicate thrived, not through overt displays of wealth, but through a quiet, almost invisible expansion, fueled by Arthur's genius. They could acquire legitimate businesses, influence local politicians, and exert a soft, undeniable power through the sheer weight of their clean capital. You might have seen Arthur at a Rotary Club lunch, discussing local business trends, completely unaware of the shadow empire he managed. The slow unraveling began with that young auditor, fresh out of accounting school, who noticed the dry cleaning chain's profit margins were consistently, remarkably high for their industry, yet their reported expenses seemed disproportionately low in certain categories. It wasn't enough for an immediate investigation, but it lingered, a whisper of an anomaly in a sea of numbers. As other seemingly unrelated inquiries popped up, a local bank flagging an unusual pattern of large, structured cash deposits from various small businesses, an FBI agent quietly investigating a missing union pension fund, disparate threads began to form a tentative, almost imperceptible pattern. The true breakthrough, however, wasn't a raid or a confession, but a quiet tightening of the net around one of Arthur's longtime associates, a man named Leo, who handled the day-to-day cash movements. Leo, a creature of habit, had always believed in Arthur's untouchable system. But when a series of seemingly minor arrests for unrelated, low-level infractions started to affect his street-level operations, Leo grew nervous. The federal agents, rather than bursting in, simply applied slow, steady pressure, auditing his personal finances, questioning his family, subtly suggesting that the grand edifice was not as solid as it appeared. Under this relentless, quiet scrutiny, Leo, in a moment of panic and self-preservation, provided a small, seemingly irrelevant piece of information about a specific offshore account, a detail he thought was too insignificant to matter. That seemingly irrelevant detail, when cross-referenced with the initial dry-cleaning anomaly and the bank's flag deposits, provided the crucial link the authorities needed. It wasn't a smoking gun, but a thread that, when gently pulled, began to unravel the entire, intricate tapestry of Arthur Finch's financial empire. The arrest was as understated as the man himself. Federal agents arrived at his modest suburban home one Tuesday morning. Arthur was in his study, meticulously balancing his personal checkbook, when they knocked. He offered no resistance, no theatrics. The quiet click of the handcuffs was the loudest sound in the room, a stark testament to how even the most complex and discreet criminal enterprises can ultimately be brought down by a single, overlooked detail and the silent weight of relentless investigation. In the glittering, ever-evolving digital landscape of early 2000s Silicon Valley, where fortunes were minted and shattered with the speed of light, Julian, the Phantom Vance, was a spectral force. Corporations would discover their most guarded secrets. Unreleased software, executive strategies, even personal communications had appeared online, not through a dramatic breach, but as if they had simply materialized out of thin air. How could a man operate with such digital invisibility, systematically undermining the very foundations of corporate security, and what overlooked, almost artistic digital signature would eventually betray his silent mastery? Julian Vance was a paradox, a programming savant with an almost crippling social awkwardness, yet a mind that understood the interconnectedness of data like no other. He never sought direct confrontation or overt displays of wealth. Instead, he saw the burgeoning internet as a vast, unprotected vault, and information as the ultimate leverage. He didn't hack to steal money. He hacked to discover vulnerabilities, to uncover the secrets that executives desperately wanted to keep hidden. He then offered his cybersecurity consulting services to the very companies he had subtly compromised, presenting himself as a prescient guardian against unseen digital threats. Companies, baffled by mysterious data leaks or inexplicable stock fluctuations tied to internal rumors, often paid his exorbitant retainers, believing they were buying protection, not compliance. His method was a sophisticated form of digital coercion, a silent ballet of data manipulation. If a company proved recalcitrant, a minor, seemingly random glitch might occur. A critical database experiencing intermittent downtime, a key marketing campaign suffering a sudden, unexplained defacement, or a rival gaining an inexplicable edge in negotiations, armed with perfectly timed, damning information. Julian never issued threats. The mere occurrence of these incidents, always preceding or following a refusal to engage his services, was enough to bring even the most powerful executives to heel. He operated from a sparse, unmarked office, his world composed entirely of lines of code and the glowing screens that connected him to the digital nervous system of global commerce. He was the ghost in the machine, subtly shaping the destinies of multi-billion-dollar corporations. The immense profits generated by his consulting and corporate espionage were laundered through a convoluted network of seemingly legitimate tech startups and online advertising firms. Julian would establish shell companies that developed cutting-edge but ultimately vaporware software, then license these products to other shell companies at inflated prices. Or he would create vast, automated online advertising networks that build his own front companies for non-existent ad impressions, funneling illicit funds through a legitimate-looking stream of digital revenue. This layered approach, utilizing the rapid, often opaque flow of online finance, allowed him to inject massive amounts of untraceable capital into the legitimate tech ecosystem, acquiring genuine startups and investing in real estate, further blurring the lines of his operation. The first faint flicker of his digital shadow came not from a traditional law enforcement investigation, but from a brilliant, unassuming cybersecurity analyst named Lena Petrova, working for a major tech firm that had recently become Julian's client. Lena, an avid puzzle solver, noticed an unusual pattern of privileged access logs within her company's network. These accesses weren't malicious in the typical sense no data was deleted. No systems crashed, but they were incredibly precise, appearing just before inexplicable security vulnerabilities or uncanny market shifts that benefited Julian's advice. It wasn't a hack she could pinpoint, but an almost observing presence, a digital fingerprint she couldn't quite define. The true unraveling, however, stemmed from a subtle, almost artistic signature Julian unknowingly left in his wake. In his early, more innocent days as a programmer, Julian had developed a unique, highly idiosyncratic way of structuring his code, almost like a personal dialect within a programming language, coupled with a peculiar, almost rhythmic timing to his network movements. He thought it added an extra layer of obscurity, but it was, in fact, his digital handwriting. A former university classmate of Julian's, Dr. Ben Carter, now a leading expert in advanced digital forensics, was independently studying patterns of sophisticated, untraceable corporate espionage. He had developed algorithms designed to identify these unique digital signatures rather than just overt breaches. Dr. Carter, reviewing Lena's anonymized data shared through an academic research consortium, immediately recognized the peculiar coding patterns and access timings as uncannily similar to Julian's early, distinctive style. He didn't have proof of a crime, but he had a compelling, almost artistic match. When Lena and Dr. Carter combined their findings, Lena's observations of predictive security failures and Dr. Carter's recognition of Julian's unique digital handwriting, they presented a compelling case to federal investigators. It wasn't about a single stolen file, but about a systematic, digitally invisible pattern of influence and coercion, all pointing back to Julian Vance. Julian Vance was arrested not during a dramatic raid, but in the quiet solitude of his office, his fingers still hovering over a keyboard, surrounded by glowing monitors displaying intricate network diagrams. The charges were for racketeering, systematic corporate extortion, and complex money laundering, all meticulously reconstructed through the invisible breadcrumbs he had left across the digital landscape. The soft hum of his servers was the only sound, a stark contrast to the vast, silent empire he had built, now illuminated by the very digital logic he had so brilliantly exploited. Arthur Vance was not the kind of man you'd notice in a crowded room. His suits were always perfectly pressed, his spectacles perched precisely on his nose, and his voice, when he spoke, was a soft, almost unassuming murmur. Yet, this quiet, unassuming man, a seemingly ordinary proprietor of a successful chain of laundromats, controlled the clandestine financial arteries of one of the largest criminal syndicates on the eastern seaboard. How did such a seemingly benign figure rise to become the indispensable architect of a sprawling illicit empire, and what invisible thread would eventually unravel his meticulously constructed world? Born into modest circumstances in the industrial heartland during the late 1940s, Arthur exhibited an early, uncanny aptitude for numbers. While other children played stickball, young Arthur would meticulously balance his mother's household budget, finding efficiencies and overlooked details. His mind was a labyrinth of calculations, a natural machine for optimization. After a brief, uninspired stint in accounting school. He found the rigid, by-the-book world of corporate finance too confining, too slow. He sought a realm where his particular genius could truly flourish, unburdened by conventional morality or bureaucratic red tape. His entry into the underworld was not through violence or ambition for street power, but through an overheard conversation at a small, smoky tavern in the late 1970s. A local enforcer, frustrated by the clumsy, easily traceable methods of handling illicit cash, lamented the constant headaches of large, undeclared sums. Arthur, nursing a quiet ale in a corner booth, saw not a problem, but an intricate puzzle waiting to be solved. He offered a solution, presented with the calm assurance of a man discussing the weather. A network of laundromats, each unit turning over small, legitimate sums daily, providing the perfect cover for vast amounts of dirty money to be washed clean, little by little. He called it the rinse cycle. His first few clients, skeptical at first, quickly became converts. Arthur's system was elegant, efficient, and, most importantly, virtually undetectable. He wasn't interested in the muscle or the intimidation. He merely wanted the raw financial data. He built a reputation not as a ruthless gangster, but as the architect, the silent strategist who could turn mountains of illicit gains into clean, spendable assets. The syndicate's leadership, a group of old-school pragmatists, quickly recognized his value. Arthur became their indispensable financial engine, the quiet genius who ensured the vast proceeds from racketeering, illicit gambling, and subtle forms of coercion could be reinvested, multiplying their power. His power was subtle but profound. When the syndicate needed to expand into a new territory, Arthur crafted the financial blueprint, acquiring legitimate businesses under layers of shell corporations, creating a web so complex it confounded even seasoned financial analysts. When a rival family tried to muscle in on their operations, Arthur didn't send enforcers. He engineered a quiet financial squeeze, leveraging debts and hidden vulnerabilities, slowly strangling their cash flow until they capitulated. You might not have known his name, but every significant move the syndicate made, from acquiring a shipping company to investing in a new downtown development, had Arthur Vance's invisible fingerprints all over it. He rarely met with the street-level operatives, preferring to communicate through a small, trusted circle of intermediaries, his world existing primarily in spreadsheets and ledger books. For decades, Arthur's system held. The sheer volume of transactions he managed, dispersed across countless accounts and shell entities in various countries, made any direct pursuit seem futile. The federal agents, accustomed to tracing drug shipments or wiretapped conversations about violence, found themselves facing a ghost in the machine, a financial phantom. The syndicate thrived, its influence growing quietly, fueled by Arthur's genius. But even the most meticulously constructed fortress has a hidden flaw, often one that originates not from an external assault, but from a tiny internal stress fracture. The cracks began to appear not through a grand, dramatic betrayal, but through the slow, relentless grind of everyday human fallibility. A mid-level associate, disgruntled over a perceived slight in profit distribution, made a few cryptic, drunken remarks to a curious acquaintance who happened to be an off-duty FBI accountant. The accountant, initially dismissive, noted a peculiar detail. The associate had mentioned a specific, obscure holding company, one that had coincidentally appeared on a recent watch list for unusual real estate transactions. It was a single, innocuous thread, but it was enough. The Bureau didn't launch a massive raid. Instead, they assigned a small, dedicated team, led by that same meticulous accountant, Special Agent Eleanor Vance, no relation, ironically, but perhaps a poetic symmetry. Their investigation wasn't about finding guns or drugs. It was about finding money. They followed the tiny thread, painstakingly connecting what seemed like unrelated bankruptcies, obscure offshore transfers, and seemingly legitimate investments that always seemed to turn a profit against all odds. They saw patterns in the quiet acquisitions of small, unassuming businesses, car washes, dry cleaners, and yes, laundromats, that somehow always outperformed their peers. Took 3 years. 3 years of sifting through millions of financial records, cross-referencing obscure databases, and tracing every dollar. The agents built their case not on informants or intercepted conversations, but on the cold, hard logic of numbers. When they finally moved, it wasn't with a tactical assault, but with a quiet knock on the door of Arthur Vance's suburban home. They found him in his study, a meticulously organized room filled with books on economics and abstract mathematics. Not a single visible ledger or illegal document in sight. Yet, his computer, legally seized, held the key, a vast, encrypted network of financial data, the true blueprint of his empire. Arthur Vance was arrested not for murder or extortion, but for money laundering, racketeering, and a litany of financial crimes that collectively accounted for billions. He offered no resistance, no defiance. His downfall wasn't a blaze of glory, but a quiet, almost inevitable conclusion brought about by the very precision he had so meticulously cultivated. The architect of the syndicate's fortune had been undone not by bullets, but by a relentless pursuit of the truth hidden within the numbers, a testament to the fact that even the most complex web of shadows can be illuminated by a single, persistent ray of light. In the quiet, picturesque vineyards of Tuscany in the early 1960s, a new kind of power began to ferment under the gentle Italian sun. Silvio, the winemaker Rossi, wasn't involved in traditional organized crime. His empire was built on a far more refined and insidious product: counterfeit fine wine, aged to perfection and sold to discerning connoisseurs across Europe and America. His network was invisible, his product indistinguishable from the genuine article, yet it threatened to undermine the very integrity of a centuries-old industry. How did a man with a passion for viticulture become the silent architect of a global counterfeiting operation? And what moment of artistic pride, a detail meant to solidify his genius, ultimately became his undoing? Silvio Rossi was born into a family of legitimate winemakers, inheriting not just the land, but an unparalleled palate and a profound understanding of enology. He could identify a vintage by its scent, dissect its flavor profile with uncanny accuracy, and, crucially, understand how to manipulate lesser wines to mimic the characteristics of vastly more expensive ones. His criminal genius wasn't in brute force or intimidation, but in deception. He discovered that by blending carefully selected, high-quality, but inexpensive regional wines, adding precise amounts of tannins, glycerin, and subtle oak extracts, he could create a near-perfect facsimile of rare, vintage Grand Cru wines. His workshop was not a sterile lab, but a hidden cellar beneath his modest farmhouse, filled with bubbling vats and aging barrels. His operation was a masterclass in quiet logistics and soft coercion. He cultivated relationships with unscrupulous bottle manufacturers who produced perfectly replicated labels, corks, and even specialized dust and aging marks. His network of distributors were not hardened criminals, but seemingly legitimate wine merchants and restaurateurs, tempted by the immense profit margins and the promise of exclusive, sourced vintages that appeared too good to be true. These individuals acted as unwitting, or perhaps willfully ignorant conduits, seamlessly introducing the counterfeit bottles into the legitimate supply chain. Silvio never threatened. He simply presented an irresistible economic opportunity, knowing that greed would do the rest. His forged wines graced the cellars of politicians, the tables of Michelin-starred restaurants, and the auction blocks of prestigious art houses, all without a whisper of their true origin. The vast sums generated by this sophisticated counterfeiting ring were laundered through the acquisition of legitimate vineyards and a chain of high-end gourmet food stores. Silvio would use the cash from his illicit wine sales to purchase struggling vineyards at slightly above market value, transforming them into ostensibly legitimate operations. The gourmet food stores provided another perfect cash-intensive front, allowing him to mix the illicit funds with legitimate sales of local produce, cheeses, and artisanal goods. This allowed him to present himself as a passionate and successful entrepreneur, a respected figure dedicated to preserving Tuscany's culinary heritage, further insulating him from suspicion. The first faint tremor in Silvio's perfectly aged empire came not from law enforcement, but from a dedicated, almost obsessive wine critic, Julian Thorne, who had dedicated his life to uncovering fraud within the high-end wine market. Julian, attending a prestigious wine auction, tasted a supposedly rare 1929 Bordeaux and, despite its apparent perfection, detected a fleeting, almost imperceptible off-note, a subtle lack of the terroir-specific minerality he expected. He couldn't explain it, but the anomaly nagged at him, a single false note in a symphony. The true unraveling, however, stemmed from a detail born of Silvio's quiet artistic pride. As his reputation as a master counterfeiter grew, Silvio, in a moment of hubris, began to experiment with a unique, almost imperceptible signature. A very specific, rare strain of yeast that, while not affecting the taste profile, left a minute, distinctive chemical marker in the wine. He believed it was untraceable, a secret mark of his genius, a silent "I was here" for his own satisfaction. He used this specific yeast in a small percentage of his most prized counterfeit bottles, the ones destined for the highest echelons of the market. It was one of these perfectly signed bottles that Julian Thorne, still perplexed by the earlier anomaly, acquired for an independent, highly specialized chemical analysis. He partnered with a brilliant enological chemist, Dr. Anya Sharma, known for her groundbreaking work in wine forensics. Dr. Sharma, using advanced spectroscopic analysis, discovered the anomalous yeast strain in Julian's sample. It didn't belong to a 1929 Bordeaux. More crucially, her subsequent analysis of other suspect bottles from high-profile auctions and private collections began to reveal the same unique chemical marker, the same silent signature. This unprecedented chemical fingerprint allowed investigators, now alerted by Julian and Dr. Sharma, to connect seemingly disparate instances of counterfeit wine to a single source. They weren't looking for a criminal, but for a unique chemical marker, a forensic signature of a wine that shouldn't exist. The trail eventually led back through the distributors to the bottle manufacturers and finally to the picturesque vineyards of Tuscany and to Silvio Rossi. Silvio Rossi was arrested quietly, almost tragically, in his hidden cellar amidst the sweet, heavy scent of fermenting grapes. The charges were not for violence, but for widespread fraud, conspiracy, and systematic economic subversion of the global wine market. The only sound was the gentle gurgle of wine in a barrel, a poignant counterpoint to the quiet brilliance that had fueled his empire, now meticulously unmasked by a single, proud, and ultimately fatal artistic flourish. The newly acquired porcelain vase, a supposed treasure from the Ming Dynasty, glowed under the auction house lights in London, its sale price in the millions cementing its status as a masterpiece. Yet, beneath its perfectly aged glaze, on a rarely examined part of its base, lay a faint, almost imperceptible scratch, a tiny flaw that whispered of a history far more intricate and illicit than its carefully crafted provenance suggested. How did a man become the silent curator of a global trade in stolen antiquities? And what minute, almost artistic signature, designed to proclaim his mastery, would eventually unravel his meticulously constructed world? Adrian Finch, known only as the curator in the hushed circles of discerning collectors and illicit brokers, was not a man who ever laid hands on a stolen object himself. His genius lay in his profound understanding of art history, his impeccable eye for authenticity, and his chilling ability to erase an object's true past, transforming it into a seemingly legitimate acquisition. A former respected authenticator for a prestigious auction house, Adrian grew disillusioned by the market's greed and hypocrisy, realizing that true power lay not in owning beautiful things, but in controlling their stories. He discovered a clandestine demand for pieces that were too hot for the public market, pieces that wealthy individuals would pay astronomical sums for, provided their origins could be made unimpeachable. Adrian's method was a sophisticated alchemy of restoration and disinformation. When a valuable piece, a stolen painting, an illicitly excavated artifact, a looted jewel, came into his hands, it never left without undergoing a meticulous, almost surgical process. He employed a network of highly skilled, discreet restorers, each specializing in different eras or materials, whom he paid handsomely and whose loyalty he cultivated with a quiet generosity. These restorers wouldn't just repair damage. They would subtly alter existing patinas, add new layers of age, or even strategically create minor, authentic-looking imperfections to divert suspicion from past traumas. Simultaneously, Adrian would commission bespoke, utterly convincing provenances, fabricated ownership histories, fake auction records from defunct houses, and meticulously crafted, antique-looking documentation, all designed to give the item a new, untraceable, and entirely legitimate story. His network of clients was as exclusive as it was wealthy, composed of collectors who operated beyond the typical ethical boundaries, valuing rarity and discretion above all else. These clients never met Adrian in person. All communications were through encrypted channels, all transactions through layers of offshore accounts and shell companies. Adrian himself never handled cash directly. Funds from sales were channeled through dummy corporations that acquired legitimate art funds or invested in emerging art markets, creating a seamless flow of clean capital. He would then use these funds to buy minor, authentic pieces through his own small, seemingly legitimate art gallery, mixing the illicit profits with genuine sales, weaving his financial web tighter into the fabric of the art world. The first faint whisper of an anomaly in Adrian's immaculate system came from a young, exceptionally talented art restorer named Clara. She had worked on several pieces that, despite their varied origins and supposed provenances, seemed to share a subtle, almost indescribable similarity in their underlying restoration techniques. It wasn't anything she could pinpoint, just a persistent feeling of a shared hand behind the work, a ghost in the details. She kept quiet, but the observation nagged at her, like a recurring note in a discordant melody. The true unraveling, however, stemmed from a subtle, almost artistic signature Adrian, in a moment of quiet pride and perhaps hubris, began to leave on certain high-value pieces he cleaned. It was a unique, almost microscopic chemical sealant he used on the underside of certain porcelain, or a particular, rare type of binding agent he would incorporate into the canvas backing of paintings. This signature was his silent claim of mastery, a private testament to his ability to rewrite history. He believed it was scientifically untraceable, a subtle nod to his genius that only he would ever truly know. It was this very signature that the specialist who examined the recently auctioned Ming vase, a meticulous researcher collaborating with an international art crime unit, eventually discovered. He wasn't looking for a criminal, but for minute anomalies in aging techniques. The tiny scratch on the vase's base, which had initially been dismissed as an insignificant mark, led him to look deeper, to the specific type of sealant used on the unglazed foot rim. This sealant, when analyzed using advanced chemical techniques, proved to be highly unusual for the period in origin. It was a forensic fingerprint. This chemical signature, when cross-referenced with similar findings on other high-profile, seemingly legitimate pieces that Clara the restorer had quietly flagged as feeling off, provided the crucial link. The pattern was undeniable. A common, anachronistic restoration technique combined with this unique chemical signature, connected disparate masterpieces across the globe, all pointing back to a single, unseen hand. The investigators didn't immediately have Adrian's name, but they had his unique artist's mark on history. Adrian Finch was arrested quietly, almost antiseptically, in his private London gallery, surrounded by ancient artifacts and old master paintings. There was no struggle, no dramatic confrontation. The charges, though complex, centered on systemic fraud, conspiracy to traffic in stolen goods, and money laundering, all meticulously reconstructed through the invisible signatures he had left on the very art he so brilliantly manipulated. The only sound was the hushed echo of his own voice, calmly explaining the provenance of a seemingly legitimate sculpture to the arresting officers, a stark testament to how even the most brilliant architects of deception can be undone by a single, self-congratulatory stroke of their own silent artistry. Vito Salerno, known only as the Voice in the hushed halls of the Moretti family, possessed an uncommon power. He wasn't a man of muscle, nor did he command through fear. His authority stemmed from an almost preternatural ability to mediate, to understand the intricate dance of loyalty and ambition that governed the family's existence. For decades, he had been the consigliere, the quiet whisperer in Don Carlo Moretti's ear, his advice the unseen rudder guiding their vast criminal empire through treacherous waters. But even a voice of reason can be drowned out, and an indispensable advisor, privy to every secret, can become a dangerous liability. How long could Vito maintain the delicate balance of power before his own deep understanding of the family's truths became his undoing? In the sun-drenched, ancient streets of a Sicilian town during the mid-20th century, the Moretti family operated with an understated authority that belied their true influence. Their reach extended from the local fishing fleets to lucrative construction contracts, all underpinned by the quiet hum of protection rackets and a subtle system of coercion that ensured compliance without overt violence. Vito Salerno had risen to his position not through brute force but through intellect and an almost uncanny empathy. He understood the nuances of human nature, the subtle grievances that festered, and the personal slights that could escalate into devastating feuds. His role was to preempt these conflicts, to find common ground, or, failing that, to orchestrate compromises that left all parties feeling heard, even if not entirely satisfied. Vito's methods were a testament to the idea that the sharpest blade is often the one you never see. He would engage in lengthy, calm discussions, drawing out grievances, offering solutions that preserved dignity while achieving the family's objectives. He'd remind feuding capos of their shared history, their debts to Don Carlo, or the common enemy they faced. His genius lay in turning every potential confrontation into a negotiation, every act of defiance into an opportunity for subtle leverage. This meant he knew everything. Every illicit deal, every secret alliance, every hidden bank account, and every personal weakness of those who served under Don Carlo. This vast internal map of the family's operations, held entirely within Vito's mind, was the source of his profound influence. As the years passed, Don Carlo, now aging, grew to rely on Vito almost entirely. The consigliere's wisdom was sought on everything from resolving a dispute over territory to structuring a new money laundering scheme involving vineyards and olive oil exports. The family's wealth flowed through convoluted channels, masked by layers of legitimate businesses. Vito ensured these operations ran smoothly, creating shell companies, manipulating balance sheets, and using his network of compliant bankers and lawyers across Europe to make illicit profits appear as legitimate gains. He was the silent architect of their financial security, the man who built bridges between the underworld and the respectable facade they presented to the world. However, the passage of time also brought new challenges. Johnny Moretti, Don Carlo's ambitious and volatile nephew, began to chafe under the old traditions and Vito's cautious guidance. Johnny represented a new generation, one less interested in subtle diplomacy and more inclined towards quick, decisive, and often brutal action. He saw Vito's measured approach as weakness, an outdated relic in a world that was becoming increasingly cutthroat. Johnny longed to assert his own authority, to modernize the family's operations with a ruthlessness that Vito found profoundly unsettling. He began to challenge Vito's advice, openly questioning his judgments in family meetings, sowing seeds of doubt among the younger, more aggressive members. The turning point arrived with a new venture Johnny championed, a large-scale smuggling operation involving counterfeit luxury goods, far more daring and risky than anything the family had previously undertaken. Vito warned against it, foreseeing the potential for wider law enforcement attention. He suggested a smaller, more discreet approach, but Johnny dismissed his counsel, viewing it as an attempt to undermine his authority. The operation proceeded, and as Vito had quietly feared, it drew unwanted scrutiny. A critical shipment was intercepted, not through informant intelligence, but due to a subtle logistical oversight Johnny had overlooked. A minor detail Vito would have meticulously planned for. Faced with the fallout, Johnny, desperate to deflect blame and eager to prove his worth, subtly began to frame the situation. He suggested that Vito's cautious warnings had somehow caused the failure, that his overly complex financial pathways had inadvertently created vulnerabilities that investigators exploited. He even implied, through whispers and veiled suggestions, that Vito's deep knowledge of the family's finances made him capable of allowing the mistake to happen, perhaps to humble Johnny. It was a cruel irony. Vito's dedication to protecting the family, his very foresight, was now twisted into a weapon against him. Vito, observing the shifting tides of loyalty, knew his position was precarious. He didn't actively betray the family, but in a quiet, desperate act of self-preservation, he began to subtly withhold information, to forget certain details when questioned by Don Carlo, and to slightly delay the execution of some of Johnny's more reckless financial directives. He hoped to slow Johnny down, to force Don Carlo to reassert control, or perhaps even to let Johnny stumble just enough to prove his own folly without catastrophic damage. It was a quiet rebellion, born of a lifetime of loyalty, yet interpreted by Johnny as a calculated act of sabotage. The unraveling was not a sudden explosion, but a slow, suffocating compression. Johnny exploited the intercepted shipment, using it as leverage to push Vito out of favor. He didn't accuse Vito directly of betrayal, but rather painted a picture of an old man losing his touch, a consigliere whose meticulousness had become a burden, whose knowledge of their deep secrets was now a risk. The family, always pragmatic, began to distance themselves. Don Carlo, weary and swayed by Johnny's relentless campaign, regretfully agreed to sideline his old friend. Vito was not imprisoned by the state, nor was he executed. His fall was far more chillingly subtle. He was simply stripped of his influence, his counsel no longer sought, his presence tolerated but ignored. The vast network of information he held, once his power, became his cage. He became a ghost in the very halls where his whispers had once shaped destiny. He knew too much, yet could do nothing. His silence, once a strategic tool, became the measure of his quiet defeat. The ultimate irony was that the man who understood every intricate secret of the family, who had built its financial fortress, ultimately became its most dangerous, and therefore most expendable secret. Imagine a city leader so beloved, his name adorned plaques on hospitals and libraries, a man whose public persona was synonymous with generosity and civic duty. Yet, behind this impeccably crafted facade, he meticulously constructed a vast criminal enterprise, using the very institutions he championed as instruments of his illicit trade. How did such a figure maintain this profound duality for so long, wielding influence with one hand while orchestrating quiet crimes with the other? And what was the subtle, overlooked flaw that ultimately led to the undoing of his gilded empire? In the bustling metropolis of the late 1970s, Thomas "Tommy" Costello was a name whispered with reverence, not fear. His family's legacy, built on legitimate construction and real estate, was formidable, but Tommy had elevated it further. He was the quintessential man about town, a board member for prominent charities, a patron of the arts, and the host of annual, extravagant galas that raised millions for noble causes. You might have seen his photograph in the society pages, always smiling, always surrounded by grateful beneficiaries. Yet, beneath this veneer of benevolence, Tommy had perfected the art of the benevolent deception, transforming charitable giving into the most sophisticated form of money laundering and influence peddling the city had ever seen. Tommy's strategy was elegantly simple, yet profoundly effective. He understood that true power wasn't about violence. It was about indispensable utility. His construction companies, seemingly legitimate, were the primary beneficiaries of city contracts, often secured after substantial donations to key political campaigns or well-placed endowments to public service initiatives. These contracts, inflated by subtle, almost unnoticeable margins, provided the perfect conduit for washing illicit funds from his lesser-known enterprises. A quiet network of illegal gambling dens, loan-sharking operations disguised as venture capital, and even a discreet protection racket that offered security consultations to vulnerable businesses. The excess funds from these ventures would flow through the legitimate construction projects, emerging clean as legitimate profits, ready to be invested back into his public facade. His charitable foundations were his masterpiece. Through them, he could funnel donations, often from shell corporations he controlled, to various causes, earning immense goodwill and tax breaks, all while subtly guiding where the money actually went. A new wing at the Children's Hospital might be built by his company, paid for by his foundation's donations, ensuring the money returned to his coffers, albeit significantly cleaner. The real genius lay in how this system cultivated loyalty. Politicians, eager for campaign contributions, and civic leaders, reliant on his magnanimity, found themselves subtly indebted. They weren't threatened. They were simply presented with an offer that was too advantageous to refuse. This was the epitome of soft coercion, a silent handshake that bound powerful figures to his will without a single word of menace. Tommy's power struggles were rarely overt. When a rival attempted to muscle into his territory, Tommy didn't send enforcers. Instead, he might arrange for a meticulously timed, anonymous tip to a zoning board about building code violations on the rival's property, or quietly persuade a key city council member to deny a crucial permit. He would let the bureaucratic machinery do his dirty work, leaving his hands clean and his reputation unblemished. The unraveling, when it finally began, was equally subtle, initiated by a figure Tommy had consistently underestimated: his own executive assistant, Clara Jenkins. Clara had been with Tommy for nearly 2 decades. She was quiet, meticulous, and seemingly oblivious to the grander machinations of his world. She handled his schedule, his correspondence, and, crucially, the detailed financial records for both his legitimate businesses and his charitable foundations. She saw everything, but understood little of the intricate web until much later. Her loyalty was absolute, born of long years of respectful treatment and a comfortable salary. However, a series of increasingly peculiar transactions, seemingly minor at first, began to prick at her meticulous nature. Funds moving from a construction project to a seemingly unrelated offshore trust, only to reappear as a large donation to a foundation that then immediately contracted Tommy's other company for a project. The final thread began to fray when Clara noticed a consistent pattern: small, almost imperceptible discrepancies in the inventory of a specific, high-value material a rare type of imported marble, used across multiple charitable construction projects. The quantities purchased never quite matched the quantities installed, and the difference always seemed to correlate with the personal renovation projects of certain city officials. It was too small a detail for a federal investigator to flag immediately, but for Clara, whose job was to ensure every invoice matched every delivery, it was a persistent, nagging anomaly. She didn't suspect a vast criminal enterprise. She simply saw bad accounting. Driven by a desire for accuracy, not justice, Clara quietly began to cross-reference her own meticulous records with public financial statements and obscure shipping manifests. What she uncovered, piece by agonizing piece, was not a single grand crime, but 1,000 tiny deceptions, each perfectly camouflaged. The gifts of marble, the subtly inflated contract prices, the ghost employees on payrolls that vanished into donations. It all pointed to a system of systematic financial manipulation. Clara didn't go to the authorities. She was too intimidated by the sheer scale of what she had uncovered, and too loyal to Tommy, even as she recognized his hidden depths. Instead, she presented her findings dispassionately to a seasoned investigative journalist known for his dogged pursuit of civic corruption. The journalist, intrigued by the sheer volume of perfectly documented but highly irregular transactions, began to pull at the threads. He recognized the pattern of influence and money laundering that Clara, in her meticulous innocence, had simply seen as accounting errors. Tommy Costello's downfall was as quiet as his rise. There was no dramatic raid, no public perp walk. Instead, he was quietly indicted based on a mountain of financial evidence, much of it provided inadvertently by his own meticulous records and Clara's inadvertent diligence. The charges were for a dizzying array of white-collar crimes: tax fraud, racketeering, and conspiracy to defraud the public. His reputation, once unassailable, crumbled under the weight of detailed financial ledgers and the quiet, damning testimony of an executive assistant who simply wanted the numbers to add up. His empire, built on the illusion of benevolence, dissolved into a series of highly technical, yet ultimately undeniable financial crimes, leaving the city to wonder how a man so outwardly good could have harbored such a deep and intricate shadow. In the hushed, almost reverent quiet of a forgotten municipal archive, tucked away in the sprawling heart of Berlin, a young researcher unearthed an anomaly. It was not a grand state secret, but a faded, anonymous photograph nestled within an innocuous folder marked Post-War Reconstruction Committee, Miscellaneous. The image itself was unremarkable. A street scene from the late 1940s, bustling with life, yet something about it whispered of a deeper, unseen current. How could such a mundane item, lost for decades, become the first thread pulled from an intricate tapestry of power and quiet manipulation? And what secrets did it truly hold about the man who orchestrated its quiet influence? Elias Thorne was not a man of grand gestures or intimidating presence. He was a figure of whispers and shadows, a master of the unseen. In the chaotic, fractured landscape of post-war Berlin, where trust was a luxury and information a currency, Elias carved out his niche. His unassuming office, posing as a historical research consultancy, was anything but. It was the nerve center of an operation built not on violence, but on leverage. Elias understood human nature profoundly. Everyone, from the lowliest clerk to the highest-ranking official, harbored secrets. His genius lay not in uncovering sensational scandals, but in meticulously collecting and categorizing the quiet vulnerabilities, the small indiscretions, the faint whispers of past improprieties. His rise was subtle, almost imperceptible. He began by offering historical research services to individuals seeking to reconstruct family histories or wartime records. Through this seemingly benign work, His network of informants grew: archivists, retired civil servants, even former intelligence operatives who, for a modest fee or a carefully placed favor, would provide seemingly irrelevant documents or anecdotes. Elias possessed an uncanny ability to connect disparate pieces of information, recognizing how a casual remark about a wartime transaction could become a potent tool against a rising politician, or how a forgotten pre-war financial entanglement could quietly reshape a lucrative industrial contract. He rarely threatened. His method was a gentle, almost regretful reminder of a certain inconvenient truth, followed by a suggestion of mutual benefit. This soft coercion was far more effective than overt intimidation, fostering a quiet dependency rather than open defiance. Elias's strategies were a masterclass in psychological manipulation and intricate financial maneuvering. He established a series of small, legitimate-looking businesses, a rare book dealership that discreetly laundered funds through inflated acquisitions, a struggling art gallery that served as a conduit for donations from appreciative clients, and a small publishing house that occasionally released obscure historical texts, providing perfect cover for his research. These fronts not only generated legitimate income, but also provided a steady stream of plausible reasons for his agents to interact with influential figures. His agents weren't thugs, but sharp-witted individuals, often former academics or journalists, who excelled at gathering intelligence through polite conversation and diligent research. You might find yourself sharing a drink with one of them at a quiet cafe, discussing the nuances of post-war literature, never suspecting that your casual remarks about a former colleague were being meticulously filed away in Elias's ever-expanding archive. The moment it all began to unravel was, ironically, due to Elias's own meticulousness. By the late 1970s, as technology advanced, Elias began to digitize his vast collection of secrets onto microfiche and early computer databases, believing this would make his archive even more secure and searchable. He was a man obsessed with order, with perfect recall. However, this very drive for perfection introduced a minute flaw. Years later, in the early 2000s, a team of independent auditors, commissioned to modernize the entire municipal archive, discovered a single misfiled microfiche card. It was a seemingly insignificant error, a card belonging to Elias's consultancy that had been accidentally shelved within a public collection. This particular microfiche contained a scan of a private diary entry from a minor, long-deceased government official from the 1950s. The entry detailed an unusual, unprompted promotion and a coded reference to the curator's insights. What caught the auditor's eye was not the content itself, but a unique, almost imperceptible watermark on the scan, a digital signature Elias had developed for internal tracking. This same watermark was then found on a handful of other seemingly innocuous documents within the public archive, all linked by a common thread. They pertained to individuals who had experienced inexplicable, rapid ascensions in their careers or fortunes, often after a brief, forgotten association with Elias's consultancy. The auditors, initially puzzled, then quietly intrigued, began to cross-reference these documents with publicly available information. They discovered a pattern of seemingly legitimate shell corporations linked by a shared, obscure legal address that had facilitated questionable land deals or provided consulting fees to these same influential figures. The photograph unearthed by the young researcher, taken decades prior, showed a brief, almost unnoticed interaction between a future prominent industrialist and one of Elias's early agents. It was a detail so small, so easily dismissed, that it had remained hidden for decades. Elias's downfall was not a sudden collapse, but a slow, quiet revelation, like the gradual fading of a powerful shadow under the relentless, unassuming light of pure, unadulterated curiosity. The faint, metallic tang of old money and stale cigar smoke hung heavy in the air of the clandestine poker game, played out in the private backroom of a seemingly ordinary shipping company warehouse in Brooklyn, 1940. Vincent the Collector Bellini, a man whose quiet demeanor belied a mind sharper than any blade, watched the cards being dealt. His empire wasn't built on loud declarations of power, but on quiet acquisitions, absorbing smaller operations like a silent tide. But how could a man so adept at controlling every variable, whose reach extended into every corner of the city's waterfront, fail to see the subtle erosion happening not from an external threat, but from within the very fabric of his meticulously constructed financial web, and what unforeseen, almost random factor would ultimately expose his silent tyranny? Vincent Bellini was a master of consolidation, earning his moniker, the Collector, by slowly and systematically absorbing every independent shipping and trucking operation along the bustling New York docks. He didn't use overt violence often. His preferred methods were economic strangulation and soft coercion. He'd buy up their debts, control their supply lines, or simply offer them a deal they couldn't refuse. A quiet buyout that seemed generous on the surface but left them with no alternative. His goal was monopoly not just of illicit goods, but of all goods flowing through the port. If a legitimate business wanted to move its cargo, it eventually had to go through Vincent's network, either directly or indirectly. His genius lay in his integrated approach. He owned the trucking companies, the warehouses, even had silent partners in the stevedore unions. This allowed him to control the entire supply chain, ensuring that contraband, from high-end liquor smuggled during Prohibition's lingering shadow to untaxed cigarettes and textiles, could be seamlessly mixed with legitimate cargo. The shipping company front, Atlantic Freight and Logistics, appeared to be a model of efficiency, with perfectly maintained ledgers and seemingly legitimate contracts. Yet, within these ledgers were coded entries for special handling fees or priority cargo, which represented the premiums paid for illicit goods, often by legitimate businesses desperate for uninterrupted service. Vincent's criminal strategies were a complex dance of legitimate commerce and hidden enterprise. Money from protection rackets and illicit cargo was laundered through the freight company's extensive payroll and inventory system. Phantom cargo shipments would generate legitimate-looking invoices, providing a paper trail for dirty money to enter the legal economy. He also cultivated a network of fixers and facilitators within various government agencies, ensuring that inspections were lax, permits were expedited, and regulations were conveniently overlooked. It was a system built on interdependence, where everyone, from dock workers to minor officials, benefited from the seamless flow of goods, whether they knew their true origin or not. He rarely needed to threaten. The unspoken understanding of his pervasive control was enough. The unraveling of Vincent's empire didn't come from a determined law enforcement agency or a turncoat. It began with an almost accidental discovery by a young, meticulous archivist named Evelyn Reed. Evelyn worked for a relatively obscure municipal department, tasked with digitizing decades of public records, focusing on old property deeds and shipping manifests. She wasn't looking for crime. She was simply ensuring accurate historical data. Her fascination was with the flow of commerce, the quiet rhythm of the city's economy as reflected in its paperwork. As Evelyn cross-referenced seemingly random shipping manifests from the 1930s with property ownership records, she noticed a curious anomaly. Several small, independent trucking companies that had gone out of business in a short period had all coincidentally sold their assets at unusually low prices to a single, newly formed holding company. This holding company, which then rapidly expanded, was Atlantic Holdings Incorporated, the parent company of Vincent Bellini's Atlantic Freight and Logistics. What caught Evelyn's eye was not the acquisition itself, but a unique, almost identical clause in each of the purchase agreements. A minor, seemingly insignificant provision regarding the mandatory future use of a particular, obscure insurance firm for all cargo coverage. Evelyn, curious about this odd consistency, looked into the insurance firm. It was small, privately owned, and appeared to do very little business beyond ensuring Atlantic holdings. The firm's publicly available financial statements, while seemingly clean, showed a disproportionately high number of claim payouts for minor, almost negligible damages. These payouts, to Evelyn, looked suspiciously like a way to move money discreetly, often to shell companies that then invested in Atlantic Freight's legitimate expansion. The critical break came not from a single revelation, but from a persistent, almost obsessive pattern recognition. Evelyn began to plot the addresses of the defunct trucking companies and the subsequent acquisitions on a map of the waterfront. She overlaid this with a map of incidents reported to the city: minor fires, equipment malfunctions, unexplained delays. A pattern emerged. Every independent operator that had resisted selling to Atlantic Holdings had, within months, experienced a sudden and inexplicable string of unfortunate events that made their operations untenable. The soft coercion was laid bare, not through testimony, but through the silent narrative of numbers and locations. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source: a forgotten, hand-drawn map. During a recataloging project of old municipal blueprints, Evelyn discovered a highly detailed, unofficial map of the Brooklyn docks from the early 1940s. It was a worker's personal reference, noting shortcuts, hidden loading bays, and, most importantly, a series of unofficial storage facilities that weren't listed on any public record. One of these facilities, marked with a distinctive, almost childlike drawing of a bell, was located directly behind the Atlantic Freight and Logistics warehouse. Intrigued, Evelyn visited the location. It was a nondescript, brick building, its entrance cleverly obscured. She didn't find contraband, but rather stacks of meticulously organized, old shipping manifests and ledgers, clearly distinct from the company's official records. They were the true coded books of Vincent, the collector Bellini, detailing every special handling fee, every priority cargo, and the precise flow of illicit funds through the seemingly legitimate Atlantic Freight and Logistics. The quiet obsession of an archivist, driven by nothing more than a desire for order and truth, had unveiled the hidden empire of Vincent Bellini, not with a bang, but with the subtle turning of pages and the quiet click of a calculating mind. What silent narratives remain buried in the archives of our past, waiting for someone to listen. The city of Chicago in the late 1940s whispered tales of Elias Thorne, a man known to make problems vanish without a trace of overt violence. People simply disappeared from their positions of power. Their businesses crumbled, their reputations eroded, yet never a broken bone, never a drop of blood was shed by his hand. How did a man become the most feared enforcer in the city's underworld without ever needing to resort to physical aggression? And what happens when such subtle power is finally challenged? Elias Thorne was an anomaly. While other enforcers relied on brute force, the glint of a knife, or the ominous thud of a blackjack, Elias understood a deeper, more insidious power, the power of quiet destruction. He had a preternatural ability to uncover secrets, to identify vulnerabilities, and to exploit them with a chilling precision that left his targets utterly undone. Before he joined the syndicate, he was a meticulous researcher, perhaps even a promising, if disillusioned, law student. He observed that fear wasn't about physical pain, but about the disintegration of one's world, one's standing, one's very sense of security. His method was to isolate. A rival businessman might suddenly find his lines of credit mysteriously drying up, his most loyal employees resigning for personal reasons, or his most critical suppliers encountering unforeseen logistical nightmares. There were no threats, no violent visits, just a slow, methodical constriction of their economic and social oxygen. This quiet expertise made Elias invaluable to the syndicate's boss, a shrewd operator who recognized the changing landscape of law enforcement. Public bloodshed drew unwanted attention, But financial ruin and social ostracism were harder to trace back to direct criminal activity. Elias handled labor disputes by quietly exposing union leaders' past indiscretions, turning fierce opposition into compliant silence. He resolved internal disagreements by subtly discrediting one faction, making them appear untrustworthy or incompetent, leading to their quiet removal. His strategies were sophisticated, relying on blackmail, meticulous background investigations, and the strategic dissemination of damaging information through a network of unwitting contacts. He crafted scenarios where his victims would appear to have brought their own ruin upon themselves, leaving no fingerprints, only despair. His unique, almost academic approach, however, did not sit well with everyone. The old guard, men who had clawed their way up through brutal street fights and intimidation, viewed Elias's methods with a mixture of awe and thinly veiled contempt. They saw it as soft, unmanly. A rising, hot-headed capo named Frankie, the fixer Moretti, who favored aggressive, public displays of power, openly scoffed at Elias's psychological games. Moretti believed that fear was best instilled through swift, decisive violence. This tension simmered, a quiet but dangerous power struggle beneath the veneer of syndicate unity. Elias, confident in the efficacy of his silent art, found himself needing to prove his superiority, not through violence, but through the flawless execution of his craft. The true unraveling began when Elias took on a particularly challenging assignment, silencing a highly influential, incorruptible city councilman who was relentlessly campaigning against organized crime's encroachment into civic projects. This wasn't a small-time operator. This man had powerful allies, a spotless reputation, and a deep understanding of urban politics. Elias applied his usual tactics, subtly digging into the councilman's past, looking for the smallest crack. He found a minor, decades-old indiscretion, a youthful indiscretion involving a questionable land deal, and began to carefully leak information, aiming to erode the councilman's public trust. The councilman, however, was not only tenacious but also unusually perceptive. He sensed the unseen hand, the calculated attacks on his character, and realized he wasn't facing a conventional threat. Instead of crumbling quietly, the councilman, advised by a savvy, ethical detective who had long suspected Elias's methods, decided on a radical counter-strategy. He didn't report threats. He reported a pattern of systematic character assassination and financial sabotage. He exposed the methods, the gradual erosion of his life, rather than waiting for a violent crime. The detective, unable to pin direct violence on Elias, began to meticulously document every cleanup operation Elias had ever undertaken. They interviewed former business partners who had inexplicably gone bankrupt, politicians who had abruptly resigned, and minor figures who had simply vanished from public life. There were no assault charges, no murder indictments, but a growing mountain of testimonies detailing a chilling pattern of quiet coercion, psychological manipulation, and economic ruin. The subtle, invisible strings Elias had pulled for years were finally being laid bare, one by one, in the cold light of legal scrutiny. The very absence of violence became the evidence. Elias Thorne was ultimately arrested not in a dramatic shootout, but in his quiet, unassuming office, surrounded by stacks of financial reports and meticulously organized files. The charges were not for assault or murder, but for racketeering, conspiracy, and an innovative interpretation of coercion through a documented pattern of psychological and financial destruction. The quiet click of the detective's pen as he signed the arrest warrant was the loudest sound in the room, sealing the fate of a man whose genius lay in silence, and whose undoing came when that silence was finally given a voice. In the shadowy corners of East Berlin in the late 1970s, where the Iron Curtain still cast a long, oppressive shadow, a different kind of currency flowed beneath the surface: information. Dr. Victor Schmidt, a seemingly unassuming archivist in a vast state-run institution, was the quiet architect of a black market in secrets, leveraging the regime's insatiable hunger for data into a personal fortune. He never touched cash, never met his buyers, yet his network stretched across the divide, providing forbidden knowledge to those willing to pay. How did a man entrenched in the heart of a totalitarian bureaucracy become its unseen saboteur? And what seemingly minor breach of protocol, born of a quiet obsession, eventually illuminated his carefully hidden operations? Victor Schmidt was a quiet genius, a man with an eidetic memory and an almost pathological attention to detail. He had spent decades sifting through endless state archives, memorizing the labyrinthine classification systems, and observing the subtle patterns of information flow within the highly controlled environment. He understood that in a society where knowledge was power and certain knowledge was forbidden, the ability to selectively access and distribute information was the ultimate leverage. He didn't steal military secrets or state intelligence directly. Instead, he specialized in biographical data. The hidden pasts of party officials, the suppressed family histories of dissidents, the true financial dealings of state enterprises, and the quiet surveillance reports on prominent figures. His method was an exquisite dance of bureaucratic manipulation. Using his deep knowledge of the archives and his privileged access, Victor would identify specific, valuable pieces of information. He wouldn't physically remove files. Instead, he would subtly misfile documents, create duplicate copies under different classifications, or alter digital timestamps to make it appear as if sensitive data had been accessed for legitimate purposes. His buyers were a diverse group: foreign intelligence agencies seeking leverage, exiled dissidents looking for proof, or wealthy Western opportunists seeking to exploit internal weaknesses. All transactions were conducted through an elaborate system of dead drops and coded messages, often involving seemingly innocuous objects like specific book editions placed in public libraries or subtle chalk marks on particular street corners. The payment flowed back through anonymous donations to obscure cultural foundations in the West, which then funded research grants that quietly funneled money to his hidden accounts. The vast sums accumulated by this black market in secrets were laundered through a surprisingly low-tech but highly effective method: the acquisition and resale of antique books and maps from the West. Victor would use his illicit funds, channeled through the cultural foundations, to purchase rare books from legitimate Western dealers. These books, once acquired, would then be donated to the state archive itself, and then, after a period, subtly deaccessioned and resold through a network of small, independent antique dealers in Western Europe, with the proceeds returning to his personal accounts as legitimate sales. The high value and subjective pricing of rare books made them perfect for obscuring the true source of wealth, allowing him to live a modest life in East Berlin while accumulating vast wealth in the West. The first faint crack in Victor's meticulously crafted world came not from counterintelligence, but from a new, young archivist, a curious and ambitious woman named Greta, who was tasked with digitizing older sections of the archive. She noticed a persistent, almost imperceptible pattern of certain sensitive files appearing under multiple, sometimes contradictory, classifications, and an unusually high number of deaccessioned items that seemed to disappear from the official logs without proper justification. It wasn't evidence of espionage, but a nagging sense of systemic disorder that defied the strict logic of the state. The true unraveling, however, stemmed from a subtle, almost academic obsession of Victor's. He was a passionate amateur cartographer, fascinated by antique maps and the subtle errors or deliberate omissions they sometimes contained. In his private time, he collected them, and as his black market wealth grew, he began to acquire increasingly rare and valuable ones. In a moment of quiet pride and perhaps artistic folly, he began to subtly annotate a very small number of the maps he deaccessioned from the archive for resale, adding almost imperceptible, tiny symbols or anachronistic details in their margins, a silent testament to his understanding of hidden historical narratives. He believed these unique marks were too small, too specific to his niche interest, to ever be detected. It was one of these subtly annotated maps, a rare 18th century survey of the Baltic coast, that found its way into the hands of a meticulous antique map dealer in Copenhagen. The dealer, an expert in historical cartography, immediately noticed the anomalous annotations. They were too precise, too anachronistic, and too skillfully done to be accidental. Intrigued, he forwarded images of the map to a colleague, a specialist in historical forgery detection. This specialist, using advanced digital imaging techniques, confirmed the annotations were indeed a deliberate, modern addition, a unique signature on an otherwise authentic antique. This unprecedented discovery of a shared, anachronistic signature on seemingly random antique maps, when cross-referenced with Greta's observations about the unusual file discrepancies within the state archives, provided the crucial link for a joint investigation. They weren't looking for a spy. They were looking for the source of these unique, almost academic forgeries, and the financial trail that connected them to the flow of state secrets. Victor Schmidt was arrested quietly, almost tragically, in his small, cluttered office within the state archive, surrounded by towering shelves of official documents. There was no struggle, no dramatic confrontation. The charges, though complex, centered on high treason, systematic illicit information trafficking, and massive money laundering, all meticulously reconstructed through the invisible annotations on antique maps he had so proudly and silently signed. The only sound was the faint rustle of paper as investigators began to dismantle his carefully organized world, a stark testament to how even the most brilliant architects of information control can be undone by a single, self-congratulatory artistic flourish, almost an academic Easter egg left behind in the silent margins of history. Imagine a man who knew everyone's secrets, yet no one knew his. He moved through the city's highest echelons like a phantom, feared by those in power, sought out by those desperate to wield it. How did Elias Thorne amass such a terrifying library of personal and professional vulnerabilities, becoming the most feared, yet least visible power broker in the city? And what obscure entry in his meticulous records eventually illuminated the path to his own downfall? In the hushed corridors of London's elite circles during the late 1990s, Elias Thorne was an enigma. Publicly, he maintained a low profile, often described as a boutique intelligence consultant or a strategic risk analyst. He resided in an understated townhouse in a quiet, leafy square, his office equally discreet, tucked away on an unassuming side street. You wouldn't find his face in newspapers, nor his name on charity donor lists. Yet, behind the frosted glass of his office door lay a digital and physical archive of such comprehensive detail that it granted Elias an almost omniscient grip on the city's hidden pulse. Elias's empire was built on information. He began modestly, as a private investigator specializing in corporate espionage, uncovering trade secrets and patent infringements for anxious clients. But he soon realized the true gold wasn't in exposing industrial theft, but in the collateral damage of his investigations. The personal indiscretions, the quiet financial improprieties, the uncomfortable truths that powerful individuals desperately wish to keep buried. He shifted his focus. His service was simple. For a fee, he would find the leverage you needed against a rival, or, more commonly, ensure your own skeletons remained locked in their closets. His methods involved no threats, no overt displays of power. Instead, he would simply present undeniable facts, often through an intermediary, allowing the sheer weight of the truth to apply its own devastating pressure. This was the quintessence of quiet coercion. His network of informants was vast and unseen, cultivated over years with quiet payoffs and the cultivation of an almost cult-like loyalty. They were not hardened criminals, but disgruntled junior partners at prestigious law firms, weary administrative assistants in government ministries, and bored security guards with access to building blueprints. They traded seemingly innocuous tidbits, an unusual meeting time, a sudden flight itinerary, an obscure ledger entry for regular, untraceable cash payments. Elias, with his mind like a steel trap, would meticulously connect these disparate dots, transforming fragments of data into devastating narratives. He would then monetize these narratives through a series of shell companies, disguised as legitimate research firms or anonymous digital data providers, effectively laundering the proceeds of his quiet blackmail operations through perfectly legal-looking invoicing. Power struggles in Elias's world were not about turf wars, but about control of the narrative. When traditional crime figures, sensing his growing, unconventional influence, attempted to assert themselves, Elias would simply unleash a torrent of perfectly legal, yet utterly ruinous, information about their legitimate fronts or their political connections. A sudden, unannounced tax audit, an unexpected media leak about a minor past indiscretion, or a quiet whisper to a regulatory body could dismantle their operations far more effectively than any street confrontation, leaving them bewildered and broken, unable to trace the source of their misfortune. His criminal strategy was one of intellectual warfare, disarming his opponents with their own secrets. The unraveling of Elias Thorne's carefully constructed labyrinth began not with an external investigation, but with the quiet, internal rebellion of a mind trained to seek truth. Dr. Anya Sharma, a brilliant, disillusioned academic, had been drawn to Elias's firm by the promise of cutting-edge, strategic intelligence analysis. She was his lead archivist, tasked with organizing and cross-referencing the immense datasets Elias collected. For years, she saw only patterns, algorithms, and data points, abstracting the human element from the raw information. Her loyalty was to the intellectual challenge, to the perfection of the system itself. But as the archives grew, Anya began to notice the chilling human cost behind the clean data. A seemingly innocuous financial irregularity she had indexed, when linked to another piece of information about a politician's personal life, had led to the abrupt resignation and public disgrace of an otherwise respected public servant, devastating his family. Later, a series of seemingly unrelated leakages of corporate data, which Anya had dutifully cross-referenced, resulted in the quiet bankruptcy of a rival firm and the subsequent ruin of hundreds of lives. Anya didn't immediately turn on Elias. She wrestled with her conscience, attempting to rationalize her involvement. But the slow burn of guilt, compounded by the growing realization that Elias valued only the data, never the humanity behind it, became unbearable. Her turning point was a small, seemingly insignificant file, the record of a young intern's desperate plea to retract a piece of compromising personal information, a plea Elias had coldly ignored. It was a detail so small, so irrelevant to Elias's grand strategy. Yet for Anya, it crystallized the moral void at the heart of his empire. Instead of a dramatic confrontation, Anya chose a path as quiet and meticulous as Elias's own. She didn't contact the police directly. Instead, over several weeks, she carefully extracted small, non-damaging pieces of data metadata, cross-referencing keys, and seemingly random timestamps from the archive. She then delivered them, anonymously, to a small, independent online investigative journalism collective known for its deep dives into data privacy and corporate ethics, presenting them as anomalies within large public datasets. The journalists, initially confused, began to follow the breadcrumbs. These seemingly unrelated data points, when combined with public records and Elias's own legitimate consultancy registrations, slowly revealed the skeletal structure of his information network. Elias Thorne's downfall was not a sudden collapse. It was a slow, agonizing exposure. The initial articles, though lacking definitive proof of illegality, sparked broader scrutiny. Law enforcement, alerted by the detailed, cross-referenced articles, began to dig deeper. The meticulousness that had been his strength became his undoing. Every piece of blackmail, every piece of leverage, was tied to a meticulously documented trail that eventually led back to his quiet office. He was ultimately charged with a complex array of privacy violations, obstruction of justice, and money laundering, crimes of intellect, not brute force. The man who knew too much was finally brought down by the very information he had so ruthlessly controlled, quietly illuminated by the conscience of someone who finally saw beyond the data points to the lives they represented. Armand Du Bois possessed an almost supernatural ability to make art vanish and reappear, not by magic, but by a meticulous deception that blurred the line between masterpiece and forgery. For decades, he operated in the shadows of Europe's most exclusive art markets, serving the criminal underworld's desire for movable, liquid assets. His Paris studio, nestled discreetly behind an unassuming facade, was a sanctuary of controlled chaos. Solvents and pigments mingled with the hushed whispers of illicit deals. But in a world where authenticity was everything, how could a man who traded in illusion ever truly maintain his own reality, or escape the subtle trap of his own artistic pride? In the aftermath of World War II, as Europe grappled with reconstruction and its financial systems were in flux, a new kind of illicit market flourished. Fortunes amassed through black market dealings, hidden wartime gains, and burgeoning organized crime needed to be laundered, to be transformed into something tangible, valuable, and easily transportable across borders without drawing suspicion. Armand Du Bois, a classically trained artist whose early talent for replication bordered on genius, found his calling in this shadow economy. He wasn't a gangster in the traditional sense. His weapons were brushes and chemicals, his battlefield the canvas and the auction house. You see, a painting, particularly one of historical significance, could be worth millions, yet weigh mere pounds. It was the perfect vehicle for wealth concealment and transfer. Armand's initial foray involved creating near-perfect copies of masterpieces that had been stolen or seized during the war. He would then discover the original, subtly alter its provenance, and arrange its sale through a discreet network of art dealers and corrupt appraisers. The vast sums generated would then be paid to shell corporations registered in Switzerland or Liechtenstein, effectively cleaning dirty money and integrating it into the global financial system. His reputation grew among powerful, unseen figures who needed his unique skills. Armand wasn't just a forger. He was a master of the game. He understood the nuances of art history, the specific brushstrokes of forgotten masters, the chemical composition of centuries-old pigments, and even the subtle aging process of canvas and varnish. He perfected the art of subtle coercion, not with threats of violence, but with the quiet leverage of shared secrets. An art dealer with a gambling problem, a curator with a hidden past, a customs official with an extravagant lifestyle, Armand knew how to weave their vulnerabilities into his intricate schemes, ensuring their silence and cooperation. He maintained a network of finders who brought him new opportunities. Obscure works in private collections, minor pieces by significant artists, or even historical documents that could be used to create compelling, albeit false, provenances for his forgeries. His most audacious strategy involved creating fakes so convincing that they could stand up to initial scrutiny, then introducing them into the market through legitimate channels. Simultaneously, the genuine article, perhaps one that had been held by a family with old money and little oversight, would be acquired and quietly sold off, the true value disappearing into the hidden ledgers of Armand's patrons. It was a shell game played on a grand scale, the art market serving as a vast, unwitting money laundering machine. Armand, with his quiet demeanor and impeccable taste, moved freely between high society auctions and the clandestine meetings of his shadowy clients. He was a phantom, his true identity and purpose known only to a trusted few. However, the world of art, much like the world of crime, was evolving. In the late 1960s, a new generation of art historians and forensic scientists began to emerge, armed with advanced techniques for pigment analysis, carbon dating, and microscopic examination. Simultaneously, a younger, more impatient figure began to exert influence over Armand's primary patrons. a shrewd, calculating operator named Marc Dubois, no relation, who saw art not as a subtle tool for laundering, but as a rapid, high-volume commodity. Marc pushed Armand to produce more, faster, to take on riskier projects with less time for his meticulous research and aging processes. The pressure began to fray Armand's perfectionist's nerves. He found himself cutting corners, relying on instinct rather than exhaustive historical replication. And in a quiet, almost unconscious act of defiance or perhaps artistic arrogance, Armand began to leave a minuscule, almost imperceptible signature in his most significant forgeries. It wasn't a traditional signature, but a consistent, nearly invisible detail in the way he rendered a specific type of fabric fold, or the unique, almost artistic pattern of craquelure he induced. It was a subtle, subconscious mark of his own hand, a way to claim authorship in a world where his work was meant to be anonymous. The unraveling began not with a violent raid, but with a quiet, persistent art historian in London, Dr. Evelyn Reed. She was developing a new digital imaging technique for analyzing brushstrokes and pigment layering. While examining a newly discovered lost Renoir, she noted an oddity: a fractional deviation in the application of a certain blue pigment compared to known Renoirs from the same period. It was a detail so minute, so perfectly camouflaged by the overall brilliance of the forgery, that it might have been dismissed as an anomaly. But Evelyn, with her obsessive dedication to authenticity, flagged it. As she delved deeper, using her new techniques, she began to notice similar, almost imperceptible discrepancies in other rediscovered works that had recently appeared on the market: a Vermeer, a Caravaggio, even a minor Rembrandt. The common thread was not subject matter or period, but a subtle, recurring artistic tick that seemed to defy the known styles of the original masters. She didn't initially suspect a single forger, but rather a coordinated effort. She spent years meticulously building a database of these minute aberrations, connecting threads that no one else had seen. The crucial link came from a nearly undetectable, uniquely patterned crackle, a method Armand had developed to simulate age, which, under extreme magnification, revealed a recurring artificial symmetry. This specific pattern, appearing across multiple fakes attributed to different masters, was his undoing. When Interpol finally arrived at Armand Dubois' studio, he was not creating a forgery, but meticulously restoring a legitimate 17th century landscape. There was no struggle, no dramatic confession. He simply looked up, his eyes meeting those of the investigators with a strange mix of resignation and pride. The quiet unraveling of his meticulous work, piece by painstaking piece, had led them directly to his hidden world. His very mastery, his artistic hubris in leaving that unseen brushstroke, had become the thread that pulled his carefully constructed illusion apart, revealing the vast, silent network of illicit wealth he had helped to build. The pristine, gilded lobby of the Capitol building shimmered under the morning light, a stark contrast to the shadowy deals being brokered in nearby private dining rooms. For decades, Silas, the facilitator Vance, had navigated these corridors of power with an almost invisible touch, his influence shaping legislation and careers without ever leaving a public fingerprint. But how could such a master of subtle manipulation, whose power stemmed from knowing precisely where to place every whisper and every favor, be brought down by the very transparency he often preached, and what innocuous detail, overlooked in his intricate network, would expose his carefully constructed influence? Silas Vance was not a politician, nor was he a registered lobbyist in the traditional sense, though his work was inherently political. Operating from a tastefully understated office building just blocks from the National Mall in 1990s Washington, D.C., he built an empire on influence, information, and the quiet cultivation of indebtedness. His nickname, the Facilitator, truly captured his essence. He didn't demand, he enabled. He didn't threaten, he arranged. His genius lay in identifying potential legislative bottlenecks or regulatory hurdles and then, with surgical precision, applying just the right amount of pressure. A well-timed campaign contribution, a judiciously placed consulting fee, or a perfectly curated dinner party where connections were subtly forged. His clients were often large corporations or wealthy individuals seeking to navigate the complex maze of federal bureaucracy, and Silas ensured their path was always smooth. His methods were a masterclass in soft power. Instead of direct bribes, Silas meticulously managed a network of political action committees, PACs, and seemingly independent think tanks that would channel funds to politicians and their campaigns. These funds, while perfectly legal as donations, created a deep sense of obligation. He also specialized in information arbitrage. Through his vast network of former government officials and congressional staffers, he acquired early insights into upcoming legislation, regulatory changes, or even the personal proclivities of key decision-makers. This knowledge was rarely used for overt blackmail. Instead, it informed his strategies on where to apply subtle pressure, or which seemingly innocuous amendments to legislation would serve his clients' interests. You might read about a new bill passing with bipartisan support, never knowing that its nuanced wording, hidden in a technical appendix, was a direct result of Silas's invisible hand. Silas's criminal strategies were embedded deep within layers of legitimate finance. Money from corporate clients, funneled through various strategic consulting firms or policy research institutes that he controlled, would be dispersed as honorariums for speaking engagements by politicians or as research grants to academic institutions whose studies conveniently supported his favored policies. These were not direct payments for votes, but rather a sophisticated system of quid pro quo that operated entirely within the perceived bounds of legality. Every transaction had a plausible justification. Every expense was meticulously accounted for on paper, making it incredibly difficult for any single auditor to spot wrongdoing without understanding the entire, interconnected ecosystem. The unraveling of Silas Vance's empire didn't come from a whistleblower or an investigative journalist. It began with an unexpected assignment for Dr. Elena Petrova, a brilliant but largely unknown financial auditor from the Government Accountability Office, GAO. Elena was tasked with a seemingly mundane project, a comprehensive review of federal grants allocated to the burgeoning waste management and recycling sector in the late 1990s. She wasn't looking for corruption. She was assessing efficiency and compliance. As Elena meticulously analyzed thousands of grant applications and disbursement records, a curious pattern emerged. A disproportionate number of grants, always small individually but substantial collectively, were consistently awarded to a handful of companies in a very niche segment of waste processing, specifically advanced plastics recycling technology. While the technology itself was promising, the companies receiving the grants often had limited track records and unusually complex ownership structures involving multiple layers of holding companies. What truly caught Elena's attention was a series of small, repetitive administrative fees attached to these grants, always paid to a specific, obscure non-profit organization that claimed to be promoting sustainable urban development. Elena investigated this non-profit. Its financial statements appeared clean, showing legitimate charitable activities. However, a minute digital breadcrumb, a tiny, almost imperceptible metadata tag embedded in the nonprofit's annual financial submission, a relic of an outdated accounting software system, revealed something startling. This metadata linked the nonprofit's administrative fees, however small, to an unusually high volume of donations received from several prominent political PACs and policy advocacy groups that, on paper, appeared entirely unrelated. The critical break came when Elena, following this obscure metadata trail, discovered that these PACs and advocacy groups consistently contributed heavily to the campaigns of a specific influential congressional subcommittee. This subcommittee had been instrumental in drafting and passing the very legislation that created the grants for the advanced plastics recycling technology. Furthermore, several members of this subcommittee had, shortly after the legislation passed, reported receiving substantial consulting fees from various seemingly legitimate strategic consulting firms, the same firms that sourced their funding from Silas Vance's core network. Silas Vance's carefully constructed empire wasn't brought down by a smoking gun, but by the relentless pursuit of an almost invisible digital whisper. Elena Petrova's meticulous work, connecting disparate, seemingly legitimate financial transactions across a vast and intricate network of influence, finally illuminated the true nature of his subtle manipulations. The innocuous administrative fees, the consulting arrangements, and the campaign donations, once viewed as isolated acts of legitimate influence, now revealed a comprehensive, systemic pattern of quiet corruption. The transparency Silas preached, in the end, became his undoing, exposing the architect of unseen power through the very paper trail he had so skillfully crafted. What other unseen networks still operate, cloaked by the illusion of legitimacy? In the sprawling, grimy docklands of 1970s New York, where fortunes were made and lost on the ebb and flow of global trade, Salvatore Sal Moretti, known simply as the Stevedore's Shadow, wielded an unusual kind of power. He wasn't the loudest voice, nor the most physically imposing, but every container that entered or left the port seemed to move only with his silent approval, and every union vote swayed precisely his way. How could a man with no official position command such absolute control over one of the busiest economic arteries in the world? And what intricate web of loyalties and quiet coercion eventually led to its collapse? Sal Moretti understood the docks like he understood the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He had started as a laborer, a young man with a sharp mind and an uncanny ability to anticipate the subtle shifts in power dynamics among the longshoremen and shipping company executives. While others sought control through overt threats or high-profile hits, Sal built his empire on two pillars: deep, almost familial loyalty among a core group of trusted foremen and union officials, and a nuanced understanding of economic leverage. His genius lay in manipulating the flow of goods, a crucial shipment arriving late, due to an inexplicable clerical error. A rival company's cargo mysteriously damaged during unloading, a key piece of machinery suffering a sudden, prolonged malfunction. No violence was necessary. The economic consequences alone were enough to bring even the most resistant parties to heel. This quiet, systematic disruption allowed Sal to establish an unparalleled racket. Every shipping company, every union local, every legitimate business operating within a 5-mile radius of the port eventually found it more expedient to pay a consulting fee to Sal's network, or to allocate a percentage of their contracts to businesses secretly controlled by him. This wasn't about extortion in the traditional sense. It was about facilitation. If you paid, your goods moved swiftly and safely. If you didn't, you faced an endless series of frustrating, costly delays. He controlled who got desirable shifts, who received lucrative contracts, and even the pace at which goods were loaded and unloaded. He became, in essence, the unseen hand that determined the pulse of the entire port. You might have seen Sal sipping coffee in a greasy spoon diner, nodding gravely to the workers, an unassuming figure, but his nod was more powerful than any formal decree. The vast sums generated by this quiet control were laundered through a surprisingly simple yet effective system, a network of import-export businesses. Sal would purchase goods at inflated prices from shell companies in various foreign ports, funneling illicit profits into these transactions. The goods themselves were often low value, sometimes even non-existent, but the paperwork was meticulously crafted to show legitimate trade. These import-export companies then sold the goods at a loss to legitimate American businesses also controlled by Sal, allowing the dirty money to enter the U.S. financial system as legitimate, albeit small profit, trade revenue. It was a slow, steady wash, turning illicit cash into seemingly clean capital, which was then invested in real estate, trucking companies, and even legitimate shipping ventures, further entrenching Sal's silent influence. The initial crack in this seemingly impregnable fortress came not from a massive FBI raid, but from a persistent customs agent, Margaret Maggie O'Connell, who had spent years observing the port's unique inefficiencies. She noticed a recurring pattern of certain types of cargo, always associated with a specific cluster of import-export companies, consistently experiencing unexplained delays or losses upon arrival. Yet the financial records of these companies showed surprisingly consistent profits. It wasn't about missing contraband. It was about the manipulation of flow itself. Her reports, initially dismissed as the musings of an overzealous junior agent, slowly began to accumulate, forming a mosaic of quiet, systemic corruption. The true unraveling, however, came from within, a subtle shift in the unspoken code of loyalty that Sal had so carefully cultivated. A young, ambitious union steward, a protege Sal had personally groomed, began to question the increasing demands for contributions and the stifling effect Sal's control had on genuine economic growth within the port. This steward, Vincent, witnessed firsthand the quiet desperation of smaller businesses being squeezed out and the erosion of the union's true purpose. He began to keep his own discrete records, not of crimes, but of patterns. The sudden firings, the inexplicable bankruptcies, the consistent overpricing of port services. He saw the network not as a protector, but as a parasite. Vincent, knowing the danger of direct confrontation, found an anonymous way to funnel his meticulous, non-incriminating observations to the persistent Agent O'Connell. His reports didn't contain confessions of direct criminal acts, but rather detailed the mechanics of Sal's control, the specific delays, the manipulated schedules, the seemingly legitimate contracts that always seemed to favor Sal's hidden interests. These small, seemingly innocuous pieces of information, when combined with O'Connell's growing mountain of financial anomalies, provided the concrete evidence needed to secure wiretaps and, eventually, indictments for racketeering, conspiracy, and systematic economic coercion. Sal Moretti was eventually arrested in his small, unadorned office overlooking the very docks he had so meticulously controlled. The only sound was the distant horn of a ship, a poignant reminder of the ebb and flow that had once been entirely at his command, now slipping silently from his grasp. The quiet coastal town of Portofino, Italy, in the late 1990s, was a haven for the global elite, a place where vast fortunes anchored in the shimmering bay. Amidst this opulent tranquility, Roberto the Ghost Mancini was a master illusionist, making entire luxury yachts, priceless art collections, and even high-value properties vanish from official records, only to reappear in the hands of new, anonymous owners. He never touched the assets directly, nor did he resort to violence. His power lay in his unparalleled ability to manipulate legal frameworks and obscure ownership. How did a seemingly legitimate property lawyer become the architect of a vast network facilitating the transfer of illicit wealth? And what subtle, almost arrogant oversight in his complex financial architecture finally led to its quiet collapse? Roberto Mancini was a brilliant, highly respected international property lawyer, fluent in multiple languages and intimately familiar with the intricacies of offshore jurisdictions and corporate law. His criminal genius wasn't in smuggling or drug dealing, but in perfecting the art of asset cleansing, making illegally obtained wealth untraceable by obscuring its ownership. He served a clientele of the world's most powerful and discreet individuals: former dictators, arms dealers, corrupt officials, and high-level organized crime figures. These clients didn't need to move physical cash. They needed their ill-gotten gains, already converted into tangible assets like superyachts or villas, to become legally invisible, unattachable, and beyond the reach of international forfeiture laws. His method involved an intricate, multi-layered system of shell corporations, trusts, and nominees spread across various tax havens. A yacht, for example, wouldn't be purchased directly. Instead, it would be owned by a company in the Cayman Islands, which was in turn owned by a trust in Liechtenstein, which was ultimately controlled by a nominee director in Panama. This director, a seemingly independent individual, held a power of attorney from a final, anonymous beneficial owner. This dizzying chain of ownership, often spanning multiple continents and legal systems, created a legal fog so dense that tracing the true owner became virtually impossible for even the most determined investigators. Roberto was the quiet puppet master, pulling the legal strings from his elegant, understated office in Portofino, advising on the most impenetrable structures for his discerning, shadowy clientele. The immense fees generated by his legal services were laundered seamlessly through his legitimate law firm and a network of high-end real estate development projects along the Italian Riviera. Payments, supposedly for legitimate legal advice on complex international deals, would be routed through his firm's accounts, mixing with genuine client fees. These legal profits would then be invested directly into luxury apartment complexes or exclusive villa restorations, blurring the lines between legitimate development and money laundering. The sheer volume of legitimate international property transactions in Portofino provided the perfect cover, allowing Roberto to present himself as a highly successful, if somewhat private, legal expert serving a discerning, global clientele. The first faint tremor in Roberto's meticulously structured world came not from a criminal investigation, but from a persistent and unusually collaborative tax official, Inspector Elena Rossi, who was part of a new, internationally focused anti-money laundering initiative. She noticed that a particular series of high-value luxury properties in the Portofino area, while seemingly purchased and resold by different entities, appeared to share an unusually short holding period between transactions and often involved the same obscure offshore trust structures. There was no direct evidence of wrongdoing, just a statistical anomaly that suggested a pattern of rapid, high-value asset transfers with little apparent economic justification. The true unraveling, however, stemmed from a subtle, almost arrogant oversight in Roberto's complex financial architecture. In his absolute confidence in the impenetrability of his layered structures, Roberto began to use a small, highly specialized, and extremely obscure private bank in an equally obscure microstate for the final, crucial transfers of beneficial ownership within his nominee structures. He believed its privacy laws were ironclad and its regulatory oversight virtually non-existent. However, unknown to him, this tiny bank had recently come under the quiet scrutiny of a new, intergovernmental task force specifically targeting high-risk financial institutions. This task force, applying newly enacted international data sharing agreements, initiated an unprecedented, comprehensive audit of the microstate's banking sector. They weren't looking for specific individuals or crimes. They were looking for patterns of suspicious activity. The auditors noticed an unusually high volume of large, structured transfers from various, seemingly unrelated offshore trusts, all terminating at this tiny bank, and all linked to the rapid transfer of high-value assets across Europe. It was a single, repeated signature in the digital movement of funds, a faint pulse in the dark, pointing to a central orchestrator. This unique financial fingerprint, when cross-referenced with Inspector Rossi's property transaction anomalies, provided the crucial link. They didn't have a name, but they had a precise pattern of asset movement and a common point of financial convergence. The trail eventually led back through the trusts, the shell corporations, and finally, to the legitimate-looking law firm of Roberto Mancini in Portofino. Roberto Mancini was arrested quietly, almost antiseptically, in his elegant office overlooking the Mediterranean, while reviewing complex corporate documents. There was no struggle, no dramatic confrontation. The charges, though labyrinthine, centered on systematic money laundering, conspiracy to defraud, and facilitating the concealment of criminal proceeds on an international scale. The only sound was the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, a poignant counterpoint to the quiet brilliance with which he had made fortunes vanish and reappear, now meticulously exposed by a single, proud, and ultimately fatal legal vulnerability. He didn't rebuild Italy with bricks and mortar alone, but with a quiet, insidious network of hidden transactions and whispered promises. How did Vittorio Rossi, celebrated as a national hero for his role in post-war reconstruction, manage to siphon off untold millions from the very foundations of his nation? And what seemingly minor anomaly in his vast, legitimate enterprise eventually led to the quiet collapse of his criminal design? In the immediate aftermath of World War II, as Italy lay in ruins, desperate for rebirth, Vittorio Rossi emerged as a figure of hope, a man of refined tastes and impeccable manners. He possessed a keen understanding of logistics and a seemingly boundless energy for rebuilding. His company, Rossi Costruzioni, quickly became synonymous with progress, securing vital government contracts to reconstruct bombed-out bridges, hospitals, and housing estates. You would often see him in newsreels, a slight smile playing on his lips, shaking hands with dignitaries, his image projecting an air of earnest patriotism. Yet, behind this carefully cultivated facade, Vittorio was not merely a builder. He was a silent orchestrator of an empire built on the scarcity of materials and the insatiable need for economic recovery. Vittorio's genius lay in his perception of opportunity within chaos. With supply chains shattered and resources scarce, he cultivated exclusive relationships with international suppliers of steel, cement, and timber. He ensured that Rossi Costruzioni was always first in line for critical materials, often paying a premium, but also quietly securing the rights to control their distribution. This wasn't overt racketeering. It was a subtle chokehold on the very lifeblood of reconstruction. Other builders, desperate for supplies, found themselves turning to Vittorio's network, often paying inflated prices or agreeing to use his preferred subcontractors, which were, unbeknownst to them, covertly owned by Rossi himself. This created a perfectly legal-looking system of soft coercion, where opting out meant certain project failure. His criminal strategies were interwoven with his legitimate operations. Government contracts were systematically inflated, not by grand, obvious margins, but by subtle surcharges on specialized materials or unforeseen logistical challenges. The difference, often millions, was then laundered through a sophisticated network of shell companies, disguised as international import-export firms dealing in obscure commodities like rare minerals or luxury fabrics. These funds would then quietly flow into legitimate investments, from vineyards in Tuscany to upscale apartment buildings in Rome, solidifying Vittorio's image as a shrewd, legitimate entrepreneur. His power struggles were not fought with fists, but with meticulous ledgers and strategic delays. When a rival construction firm challenged his dominance, Vittorio wouldn't send muscle. He would simply ensure their next vital shipment of steel was mysteriously delayed at the port, or that a critical permit vanished into bureaucratic limbo, allowing Rossi Costruzioni to swoop in and rescue the stalled project. The unraveling of Vittorio's meticulously crafted world began not with a high-stakes betrayal, but with the quiet, persistent curiosity of a young, unassuming accountant named Isabella Moretti. Isabella worked for the newly formed Office of Public Works Oversight, an agency tasked with ensuring integrity in the national reconstruction efforts. Her task was seemingly mundane: to verify the consistency of material costs across all government-funded projects. She was not looking for grand corruption, merely anomalies. Initially, Isabella noticed a peculiar pattern. The cost of a specific grade of reinforced steel, sourced internationally, remained inexplicably stable across all Rossi Costruzioni projects, even as global market prices fluctuated wildly. This was highly unusual in the volatile post-war economy. Furthermore, The stated tonnage of this steel on Rossi's invoices consistently exceeded the engineering specifications for the structures being built, even accounting for reasonable wastage. The discrepancies were small, perhaps 5 to 10% on each project, but across hundreds of contracts, they began to accumulate into a significant, unexplainable surplus. Isabella, driven by a natural inclination towards accuracy rather than suspicion of crime, initially believed it was a simple accounting error. She approached Vittorio's office with polite queries, requesting detailed material inventories and supplier contracts. Vittorio, accustomed to brushing off such minor bureaucratic inquiries, provided what appeared to be comprehensive documentation. But Isabella, with her quiet persistence, cross-referenced these documents against obscure shipping manifests, port records, and the few independent steel market reports available. What she found was startling. The actual volume of steel imported by Rossi's related import-export firms precisely matched the excess quantities listed on the construction invoices, with the difference being secretly diverted and sold on the black market at inflated prices. The stable cost was a carefully constructed fiction designed to hide a constant flow of stolen materials and laundered money. The evidence was circumstantial but mounting, forming an undeniable pattern of systemic fraud. Isabella didn't have a smoking gun, but she had a mountain of meticulously documented inconsistencies. She quietly compiled her findings, not for public exposure, but for a trusted, equally meticulous federal prosecutor, Antonio Valente, known for his quiet integrity. Vittorio Rossi's downfall lacked any dramatic flair. There were no flashing lights, no sirens. Instead, he received a polite, yet firm summons to appear before a special investigative committee. He was confronted not with accusations of violence, but with spreadsheets, shipping logs, and invoices, all quietly, meticulously linked by Isabella Moretti's relentless pursuit of numerical accuracy. The charges, when they came, were for large-scale fraud, embezzlement of public funds, and systematic money laundering. His empire, built on the very foundations of a nation's recovery, crumbled under the quiet weight of detailed financial scrutiny. The maestro of materials, who had rebuilt a country while enriching himself, was brought down not by a rival's bullet, but by the relentless precision of a young accountant who simply wanted the numbers to add up correctly. In the city's underbelly, a new kind of power emerged, one that didn't demand respect with open threats but commanded it with an eerie, ubiquitous silence. How did the librarian, an enigmatic figure whose real name remained unknown even to his closest associates, build an empire based on the absolute suppression of information, making secrets his currency and silence his weapon, and what mundane, almost clerical oversight eventually led to the quiet dissolution of his formidable, unseen dominion? In the labyrinthine streets of a major American city in the early 2000s, whispered legends spoke of the librarian. No one knew his face, his age, or his origins. He was a myth, a shadow, yet his influence was undeniably real. Criminal enterprises, from drug trafficking to illegal arms deals, found their operations smoother, their risks minimized, if they paid the librarian his due. He didn't offer protection. He offered something far more valuable in the digital age: anonymity. You might have participated in online forums, thinking your communications were encrypted, never suspecting that the librarian had an unseen ear listening to every carefully coded whisper. The librarian's criminal strategy was built entirely on intelligence gathering and counterintelligence. He established a sprawling network of hackers, disgruntled IT professionals, and data analysts, all operating in isolated cells, feeding information into a central, unseen hub. Their targets were not just rival gangs, but law enforcement agencies, financial institutions, and even government bodies. He collected data, financial records, communications, personal vulnerabilities, and then weaponized it not through direct action, but through the subtle manipulation of information flows. He could make crucial evidence vanish from police servers, redirect digital paper trails, or quietly leak compromising information about an uncooperative prosecutor. His services ensured that illicit operations could function with an unprecedented level of impunity, protected by a digital veil of silence. His racketeering wasn't based on physical intimidation, but on the silent threat of exposure. If a criminal organization refused to pay his exorbitant consulting fees, their operational data might mysteriously appear on a competitor's network, or a crucial digital ledger might become corrupted beyond recovery. This was the ultimate soft coercion, a ghost in the machine that could dismantle an enterprise without a single bullet fired. Money laundering was achieved through a sophisticated web of cryptocurrency exchanges, shell companies registered in defunct online jurisdictions, and a vast network of microtransactions disguised as online gaming winnings or digital art sales. It was a digital ghost economy, almost impossible to trace. Power struggles with the librarian were unique. Other criminal factions, rooted in old-world violence, found themselves powerless against an enemy they couldn't see or touch. Their enforcers were useless against a threat that could erase their bank accounts, expose their hidden identities, or disrupt their entire communication network with a few keystrokes. The librarian would simply observe their attempts to challenge him, then dismantle their operations piece by piece, digitally, until they either capitulated or vanished. The unraveling of the librarian's invisible empire began not with a grand hack or a dramatic federal investigation, but with a mundane bureaucratic detail: an expired domain registration and an automated email. Agent David Chun, a cybercrime specialist with a reputation for his methodical, almost obsessive attention to digital minutiae, had been quietly tracking a persistent, low-level data leak affecting several city agencies. The leaks were minor: a slightly altered traffic camera feed here, a delayed municipal payment there, but they were consistent and pointed to a sophisticated, unseen hand. One night, while poring over a vast log of internet traffic anomalies, Chun noticed something peculiar. A specific, very old, and seemingly dormant domain name, registered anonymously years ago, had suddenly gone offline. It was the kind of domain that nobody paid attention to, one of thousands used as a placeholder. But a routine check revealed it had been used, briefly, as an obscure relay point for some of the earlier minor data leaks he had been tracking. More interestingly, an automated renewal reminder for this domain, sent to an anonymous email address, had bounced back, indicating the email address was no longer active. It was an infinitesimal crack in the vast digital armor. Chun, driven by an instinct for anomaly, dug deeper into the history of that defunct domain. He found that years prior, it had briefly shared a server with a now-defunct internet service provider that specialized in encrypted communications, a provider that had mysteriously gone offline after a major federal raid. Within the archived records of that defunct ISP, Chun discovered an old, almost forgotten system log detailing a series of very specific, highly unusual data transfers associated with that domain, transfers that didn't just route information, but subtly altered it, rerouted it, or made it disappear. This led him down a rabbit hole of digital breadcrumbs. The defunct domain and the associated email address were just the first, smallest link in a chain. By tracing the faint digital echo of these specific data transfers, Chun identified a pattern of highly sophisticated data manipulation. He found that while the librarian used cutting-edge encryption and anonymous networks for his current operations, he had, in the very early days, relied on a few, now obsolete, digital tools and minor, seemingly innocuous personal oversights that left faint, almost untraceable digital signatures. These signatures, no more than unique data packet sizes or idiosyncratic timing patterns in seemingly random digital noise, when cross-referenced across thousands of publicly available internet traffic logs, began to coalesce. They didn't point to the librarian directly, but to a specific, unique fingerprint of digital activity. This fingerprint was then cross-referenced with the digital footprint of a reclusive, brilliant former computer science professor named Marcus Finch, who had vanished from academia years ago after a controversial research paper on information control and digital anonymity. Marcus Finch was apprehended not in a shootout or a high-speed chase, but in the quiet solitude of his heavily encrypted digital bunker during a seemingly innocuous power grid fluctuation that briefly destabilized his primary server array, exposing a single, momentary vulnerability that Chun had patiently waited for. He was charged with a myriad of cybercrimes, racketeering, and obstruction of justice. The Syndicate of Silence, built on the absolute control of information, dissolved not with a roar, but with a quiet hum, the sound of a digital empire brought down by the very minutiae it had once so deftly manipulated. The hushed anticipation in the smoke-filled backroom of the Onyx Club was palpable, thicker than the Cuban cigar smoke that perpetually clung to its velvet drapes. Leo the architect Moretti, his silver hair impeccably slicked back, raised a glass of amber liquid, his eyes scanning the faces of his most trusted associates. He had just outlined his grandest scheme yet, a plan to integrate their illicit operations directly into the city's burgeoning legitimate infrastructure. But how could a man of such foresight, whose empire was built on foresight and intricate planning, fail to anticipate the one variable that would prove to be his undoing, and what unseen force was already at play to ensure his downfall? Leo Moretti wasn't a man of brute force. He was a master of strategy, a chess player in a world of checkers. His nickname, the Architect, was well earned. He saw opportunities where others saw only chaos, and he built structures of influence with the precision of a master craftsman. His operations in 1960 Chicago were less about violent turf wars and more about controlling the flow of goods and services, both legal and illicit. He understood that true power lay not in fear, but in indispensable utility. If you controlled the supply chains, from the freshest produce delivered to restaurants to the quiet distribution of untaxed liquor, you controlled the city. His genius lay in legitimate infiltration. He purchased a chain of seemingly innocuous laundromats, not for their meager profits, but for the constant, unobserved flow of cash they generated, perfect for layering illicit funds. He invested heavily in a struggling wholesale produce company, transforming it into the city's most efficient distributor, simultaneously controlling the legitimate food supply and creating a seamless channel for smuggled goods. The Onyx Club itself, while appearing to be a high-end jazz establishment, was in fact the central hub for his quiet negotiations, where deals worth millions were sealed with a handshake and a shared understanding, never a written contract. His network of corrupt union officials ensured that his goods moved unimpeded, while his quiet influence on city council members meant zoning laws and permits always seemed to fall in his favor. It was a symphony of soft coercion and strategic manipulation. The core of his strategy was diversification and integration. Money from gambling operations was meticulously laundered through the laundromats, then injected into the wholesale produce company as legitimate revenue. This clean money was then used to purchase real estate, acquire more businesses, and even fund seemingly legitimate political campaigns. The complexity of the transactions, each one appearing justifiable on its own, made it nearly impossible to trace the original source of the funds. You could audit the laundromats, the produce company, the club, all would appear above board, with carefully crafted ledgers and plausible explanations for every expense and profit. The true ledger, the one that tied all these disparate elements together, existed only in Leo's mind and in the fragmented, coded notes kept by his most trusted and equally meticulous accountant. The unraveling of Leo's empire didn't come from an aggressive prosecutor or a determined detective. It began with an uncharacteristic, almost whimsical decision by Leo himself. In his later years, craving a legacy beyond mere wealth, he decided to subtly influence the city's architectural landscape. He began funding a number of seemingly philanthropic urban renewal projects, commissioning ambitious, modern buildings that would reshape the skyline. He saw these structures as monuments to his quiet power, a way to leave a lasting mark. One such project was a new public library, a towering edifice of glass and steel. The library project, however, attracted the attention of a young, idealistic city planner named Elena Petrova. Elena wasn't looking for crime. She was obsessed with transparency in public works, especially given the historical propensity for corruption in city contracts. As she meticulously reviewed the financial records for the library's construction, a small, almost imperceptible anomaly caught her eye. A particular subcontractor, seemingly legitimate, had been awarded multiple, highly lucrative contracts on various city projects, all of which had received silent, behind-the-scenes approval from Leo's network. The subcontractor's bids were consistently just low enough to win, yet high enough to guarantee substantial profit margins. Elena noticed that this subcontractor's financial statements, while appearing clean, always showed a curious circular flow of funds. Money from an offshore holding company, routed through a small, seemingly unrelated dry cleaning business, then invested in the subcontractor. The dry cleaning business, it turned out, was one of Leo's laundromats. This single connection, a faint thread in a vast tapestry, led Elena to quietly investigate the other projects connected to the subcontractor. She found the same subtle pattern: inflated material costs, phantom employees, and a consistent, albeit indirect, link back to Leo's seemingly legitimate businesses. The sheer volume of legitimate transactions, however, masked the subtle siphoning of public funds. The true moment of vulnerability came when Elena, pursuing a lead on a minor discrepancy in cement delivery manifests, discovered a warehouse listed as storage for the produced company. Intrigued, she visited the address. It was unassuming, just a large industrial building. But inside, tucked away behind stacks of fruit crates, she found crates marked not for produce, but for high-end Cuban cigars and vintage French cognacs, goods that had never passed through customs. It was a single, undeniable piece of physical evidence, confirming the illicit operations quietly running alongside the legitimate ones. Leo's careful planning had created a fortress, but his vanity, his desire to build a visible legacy, had unwittingly provided the crack in the foundation. The whisper of the hidden trade, found within the very legitimate businesses he had so cleverly integrated, was the note that would shatter the silent symphony of Leo Moretti's carefully constructed empire. The hushed excitement rippled through the grand auction house in Paris. A masterpiece by Modigliani, long believed lost during the tumult of World War II, was suddenly unveiled, poised to fetch an astronomical sum. But how could such a revered work, missing for half a century, reappear so quietly, and what overlooked detail in its supposed journey from obscurity to the glittering auction block would ultimately betray the man who orchestrated its reemergence? Leopold Dubois, proprietor of the exquisite Galerie Dubois in the heart of the Marais, was the quiet luminary behind the Modigliani's discovery. Known in exclusive art circles as the curator, Leopold wasn't merely an art dealer. He was an art historian, a savant with an encyclopedic knowledge of provenance and a sixth sense for overlooked treasures. His gallery, a sanctuary of hushed reverence, catered to a global elite of collectors, private museums, and discreet investors. He didn't engage in crude forgeries or outright theft. His genius lay in legitimizing pieces that had been illicitly obtained years, even decades ago, works with murky histories expropriated during wartime or quietly taken from defunct private collections during political upheavals across Eastern Europe. His rise was predicated on trust and an almost mythical aura of authenticity. Leopold would discover these pieces, often claiming they had been held in obscure family collections or unearthed in forgotten attics. He would then, using his vast network of academic contacts and restoration experts, meticulously construct a plausible, albeit entirely fabricated, provenance. These fabricated histories, supported by carefully aged documents and expert opinions from sources he discreetly influenced, were so convincing they often fooled even the most seasoned art historians. He offered an irresistible allure, the chance to own a piece of history that should have been lost, at a price that, while high, seemed a bargain given its rarity. The core of Leopold's strategy was sophisticated money laundering and an intricate web of soft coercion. Funds from the sale of these unethically sourced works flowed through Galerie du Bois as legitimate sales, often disguised by inflated valuations of other, genuinely legal pieces. He also owned a discreet, highly reputable art restoration studio, Atelier Lumière, which served as another perfect conduit. Here, restoration work on these questionable pieces would be vastly over-invoiced, the difference creating clean capital. Wealthy collectors who might have acquired pieces with similarly dubious provenances found themselves quietly indebted to Leopold for his authentication services, or for his discreet silence about their own collections. The quiet fear of exposure, the gentle hint that a rival might have acquired a truly lost masterpiece, was often enough to secure their cooperation or their eager purchase. The unraveling of Leopold's empire didn't come from a police raid or a turncoat art handler. It began with an academic paper published by Dr. Camille Moreau, a brilliant but unassuming art conservator at the Sorbonne. Dr. Moreau specialized in the scientific analysis of historical pigments and restoration techniques. She wasn't an investigator, merely a scientist obsessed with the verifiable truth of materials. Her paper, Anachronistic Binding Agents in Post-War European Restoration, explored how certain obscure synthetic varnishes, developed in the late 1960s, had inexplicably appeared in the supposed restoration of several pre-19th century paintings. While not indicating forgery, it pointed to a curious inconsistency in conservation practices. What truly piqued Dr. Moreau's curiosity was a specific proprietary blend of a synthetic resin and a rare, almost unique natural wax that she had detected in minute quantities on several seemingly unrelated paintings that had undergone restoration in the past 2 decades. This blend was a signature, almost of a particular restoration studio, but its presence on pieces purportedly from different centuries, requiring vastly different historical techniques, was baffling. The more she investigated, the more she found this unique signature. The critical break came when a young, digitally savvy art provenance researcher, Arthur Schmidt, working for an international cultural heritage organization, read Dr. Moreau's paper. Intrigued, Arthur began cross-referencing public auction records and gallery acquisition lists with Dr. Moreau's anonymized examples. He discovered that every single painting identified by Dr. Moreau as having this peculiar anachronistic binding agent had either been sold by or had passed through Galerie du Bois, often after a period of restoration by Atelier Lumière. Leopold's downfall was rooted in his own meticulousness and his blind spot for digital data. Atelier Lumière, for insurance and quality control, maintained highly detailed digital logs of every material used in every restoration project. While Leopold expertly managed the physical provenance documents, he overlooked the digital footprint of his restoration front. Arthur Schmidt, leveraging new data analysis tools of the early 2000s, was able to cross-reference these digital logs with the gallery's sales records. He found the same obscure binding agent consistently applied across a wide range of paintings from vastly different historical periods and artistic styles, a logical impossibility for truly authentic restorations. This digital data, unassailable and meticulously logged, formed a pattern that could not be explained away. The Modigliani, the crown jewel of Leopold's latest discovery, was his undoing. The very same anachronistic binding agent was found on its surface. The exposure wasn't a public indictment, but a quiet, academic deconstruction. Arthur Schmidt presented his combined findings at a major international art history conference, publishing his research not as an accusation, but as a groundbreaking study in forensic provenance. The quiet discrediting of Gallery Du Bois's authentications and the subtle questions raised about the provenance of its entire collection led to a slow, devastating loss of trust from wealthy collectors and museums. Without trust, Leopold's quiet power dissipated. His finds were no longer desirable. His network of indebted collectors crumbled as their own reputations were quietly, subtly tainted by association. His empire, built on the illusion of authenticity, slowly faded under the cold, precise light of scientific truth. The bustling port city of Marseille in the 1950s was a labyrinth of shadows and secrets, where the scent of sea salt mingled with the whispers of illicit trade. At its heart was Antoine the Quiet Hand Du Bois, a man who controlled the flow of opium and heroin from Southeast Asia into Europe with an almost undetectable precision. He wasn't a man of flashy cars or public displays of wealth, operating instead from the unassuming back room of a small, legitimate seafood import business. How did a seemingly modest merchant become the architect of one of the largest drug trafficking operations in post-war Europe? And what was the subtle miscalculation that ultimately brought his quiet empire crashing down? Antoine Du Bois was a master of logistics, a man whose mind was a complex network of shipping routes, customs regulations, and human frailties. He had served in the French colonial administration in Indochina, where he quietly cultivated relationships with local warlords and corrupt officials, understanding the intricate pathways of the opium trade. When he returned to Marseille, he didn't seek to conquer through force, but to connect. He recognized that the real power lay not in controlling territory, but in controlling information and access. His method was to embed his illicit cargo within legitimate shipments. Opium paste was meticulously concealed within shipments of exotic spices, while refined heroin was hidden in the double bottoms of seemingly innocuous fishing trawlers, or even sewn into the padding of imported furniture. The sheer volume of legitimate trade provided the perfect camouflage. His operation, known chillingly as the French connection to a select few, was a symphony of discrete movements. Corrupt dockworkers received sealed packages that they were told contained valuable chemicals. Truck drivers transported unmarked crates alongside their regular deliveries. His network of distributors across Europe operated like independent cells, each receiving small, untraceable shipments, never knowing the full scope of the enterprise. Antoine himself rarely touched the drugs. He simply orchestrated, a silent conductor of a vast, illicit orchestra. His profits were immense, flowing through layers of legitimate businesses. The seafood import company, a chain of laundromats, and even a small, respected publishing house that specialized in obscure historical texts. The money laundering was a masterpiece of subtle integration. The illicit cash would be funneled through the seafood import business, declared as legitimate sales to fictitious overseas buyers. These profits would then be used to purchase shares in the laundromats or to invest in the publishing house. The publishing house, in particular, was ingenious. It dealt in a high-margin, low-volume product, rare books, and specialized journals, where valuations could be easily manipulated. Large cash payments, supposedly from international collectors, would be recorded, effectively washing the dirty money into clean revenue, which was then used to acquire more legitimate assets, further deepening Antoine's roots in the legitimate economy. The first faint tremor in Antoine's carefully constructed world came not from drug enforcement, but from an unusually observant customs inspector named Pierre, a man with a passion for maritime history and an uncanny eye for anomalies. Pierre noticed that certain fishing trawlers, despite their modest size and stated purpose, had remarkably high fuel consumption for their supposed routes and seemingly inefficient turnaround times in port. There were no drugs found, no obvious discrepancies, just a nagging feeling of something slightly off, a whisper of a pattern that didn't quite fit the legitimate profile. The true unraveling, however, stemmed from a quiet oversight, a moment of fleeting impatience within Antoine's usually meticulous system. One of his key overseas suppliers, a particularly ruthless former warlord, grew increasingly frustrated with Antoine's conservative, slow and steady approach to distribution. He wanted faster, larger shipments, more aggressive expansion. Antoine, ever the cautious strategist, resisted, fearing increased scrutiny. In a moment of calculated defiance, the warlord decided to increase the concentration of heroin in a particular batch, making it far more potent than Antoine's usual shipments, and subtly changing the chemical signature without informing him. His intent was to force Antoine's hand to demonstrate the potential for greater profit. This highly concentrated batch, when it reached a seemingly insignificant distributor in a small German city, caused a sudden, unexpected spike in overdoses. The local police, usually overwhelmed by the sheer volume of illicit drugs, were forced to take notice of this alarming cluster. A new, more aggressive detective, determined to track the source of this potent new variant, began to trace the distribution backwards, not through arrests, but through the detailed forensic analysis of the drug's unique chemical signature. This distinct chemical fingerprint allowed them to trace the batch not just to a distributor, but eventually back to the specific shipping containers and, crucially, to the legitimate seafood import business in Marseille that handled those containers. The authorities, now armed with the unique chemical signature and the unusual shipping patterns observed by Inspector Pierre, converged on Antoine Dubois. There was no dramatic chase. He was arrested in his office, quietly reviewing shipping manifests. The charges were not simply for drug trafficking, but for the intricate web of conspiracy, money laundering, and international racketeering that had allowed his quiet empire to thrive. The faint, briny smell of the sea permeated the room, a poignant counterpoint to the sterile click of the handcuffs, sealing the fate of a man who mastered the shadows, only to be undone by a single uncharacteristic burst of light. The shimmering turquoise waters of the Florida Keys masked a complex network of speedboats and hidden coves, where, under the guise of legitimate tourism, Elias, the developer Finch, built an empire on silent arrivals and discreet departures. How could a man who so meticulously hid his operations beneath the surface of legitimate enterprise be undone not by federal agents, but by the very land and water he sought to exploit, and what subtle ecological footprint would betray his carefully constructed facade? Elias Finch was not the charismatic kingpin of lore. He was a man of quiet ambition, often seen in unassuming linen shirts and faded boat shoes, a stark contrast to the opulence he commanded. In the sun-drenched landscape of 1970s Florida, he saw not just vacation potential, but a perfect conduit. His primary business was the quiet, efficient importation of cocaine from South America, not in large, ostentatious shipments, but in consistent, smaller loads that slipped through the vast, under-policed waterways of the Keys. He understood that true wealth lay in steady, reliable flow, not in risky, high-profile hauls. His genius lay in the seamless integration of his illicit trade with legitimate, burgeoning real estate development. He would acquire seemingly undesirable coastal land, mangrove swamps, secluded coves, isolated stretches of beachfront, and transform them into luxury resorts, marinas, and sprawling condo complexes. These developments, meticulously planned and executed, served a dual purpose. They were highly profitable ventures that generated vast sums of legitimate income, and they were strategic drop-off points, hidden storage facilities, and discreet distribution hubs for his illicit cargo. You might book a vacation at one of his pristine resorts, never knowing that the private dock where your charter boat departed also welcomed silent, late-night arrivals of different, far more valuable cargo. The core of Elias's strategy was sophisticated money laundering through cash-intensive construction and tourism businesses. Funds from drug sales would be funneled into his development companies as inflated construction costs, phantom material purchases, or overvalued property acquisitions. The resorts generated legitimate cash flow through room rentals, restaurant sales, and marina fees, all of which could easily absorb and clean illicit cash. His network of local officials, often swayed by generous donations to their campaigns or quiet investments in their side businesses, ensured that zoning variances were always approved, environmental regulations conveniently overlooked, and building inspections passed with minimal scrutiny. It was a symphony of quiet influence and unchecked growth, where the line between legitimate development and hidden crime blurred into an almost invisible smear. The unraveling of Elias's empire didn't come from a wiretap or a disgruntled informant within his drug network. It began with an unexpected, almost accidental convergence of interests. A persistent local environmental activist group, Guardians of the Gulf, and a meticulous, recently appointed state environmental scientist, Dr. Lena Maxwell. Dr. Maxwell was tasked with reviewing the ecological impact of coastal development, focusing specifically on preserving fragile wetland ecosystems. She wasn't looking for crime, but for discrepancies between development plans and actual environmental impact. As Dr. Maxwell reviewed the permits and construction plans for Elias's newest, most ambitious resort project, a sprawling complex built directly adjacent to a protected wildlife sanctuary, she noticed a curious pattern. The engineering reports consistently underestimated the environmental impact of dredging and filling, and the proposed mitigation efforts seemed woefully inadequate. What truly piqued her scientific curiosity was the inexplicable decline in several rare, endemic species of marine life and migratory birds in areas immediately surrounding Elias's properties, even those officially designated as protected. This wasn't typical construction runoff. It suggested something more systemic, more insidious. The critical break came during a routine, unscheduled inspection prompted by Guardians of the Gulf, reporting unusual chemical odors near one of Elias's new marinas. Dr. Maxwell, conducting the inspection herself, discovered not visible pollution, but an unusually high concentration of a specific, rare compound in the sediment samples taken from the marina's newly dredged basin. This compound, while not inherently toxic to humans, was devastating to the specific marine life that had been mysteriously disappearing. Further analysis revealed it was a common cutting agent used in cocaine processing, one that was designed to be easily dissolvable and leave minimal residue in the product itself, but which, in concentrated quantities, reacted with salt water in an unexpected way, becoming harmful to local aquatic flora. The environmental investigation, initially focused on regulatory compliance, suddenly had a far darker implication. Dr. Maxwell and her team, now with heightened scrutiny, began to investigate the waste disposal records for all of Elias's properties. They found that thousands of gallons of construction wastewater, categorized as benign, had been consistently dumped into specific, isolated mangrove channels over several years. This wastewater contained not just typical construction debris, but trace elements of the specific cutting agent. The quiet, almost invisible environmental impact had become the indelible signature of his hidden trade. Elias's downfall was not a dramatic arrest, but a slow, quiet suffocation. The Environmental Protection Agency, now involved, issued massive fines and, crucially, froze assets tied to the environmental cleanup, which were intricately linked to his laundering operations. Construction permits were revoked, and his resorts faced crippling investigations into their waste disposal practices. The very land and water he sought to exploit for his empire, once silent witnesses, now spoke the undeniable truth through the meticulous scientific findings of Dr. Maxwell. The ecological footprint, a detail too mundane for traditional law enforcement to notice, revealed the hidden truth behind Elias, the developer Finch's pristine facade. What other silent narratives are being told by the ecosystems around us, waiting for someone to listen? She wove a web of influence so delicate, so pervasive, that it spanned continents, moving illicit goods and even more illicit secrets with a whisper, not a shout. How did Isabella, the Weaver Bianchi, a woman known for her elegant fashion houses and philanthropic endeavors, become the quiet architect of a global smuggling empire? And what minute, Overlooked detail in the intricate tapestry of her operations eventually unraveled her perfectly crafted illusion. In the opulent world of late 20th century high fashion, Isabella Bianchi was an icon. Her name graced designer labels. Her boutiques dotted the most exclusive shopping districts from Milan to New York, and her philanthropic galas were a fixture on the international social calendar. She was lauded for her exquisite taste, her sharp business acumen, and her generous contributions to cultural preservation. You might have admired her creations on the runway, never suspecting that the luxurious silk of a scarf or the supple leather of a handbag was not merely a symbol of status, but a quiet conduit for something far more sinister. Isabella's true genius lay in her understanding of global logistics and the insatiable demand for exclusivity. Her fashion houses were not just fronts. They were incredibly successful businesses that provided the perfect cover for her clandestine operations. High-value, legitimate goods, constantly moving across borders, offered an ideal camouflage for illicit cargo. Diamonds from Africa, rare artifacts from Asia, sensitive data stolen from corporate servers, all found their way into her intricate global supply chain, nestled discreetly within shipments of designer clothing or stashed in the false bottoms of luxury luggage. This wasn't overt smuggling. It was a sophisticated art of concealment, where the legal goods provided the volume and the illusion of legitimate purpose. Her criminal strategy focused on leveraging legitimate networks. She cultivated relationships with customs officials, shipping magnates, and airline executives, not through threats, but through lucrative consulting fees, exclusive fashion gifts, or the subtle promise of future business partnerships. These individuals, often unaware of the full scope of her activities, simply ensured that Isabella Bianchi shipments received preferential treatment, expedited clearances, and minimal scrutiny. This was a form of soft coercion, where complicity was purchased through convenience and minor corruption, rather than outright intimidation. Money laundering was integrated seamlessly into her legitimate revenue streams. The profits from her illicit cargo would be blended with the sales from her fashion lines, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between clean and dirty money. Shell companies, registered in tax havens and managed by unwitting, high society intermediaries, would purchase large quantities of her exclusive designs at inflated prices, effectively channeling criminal proceeds back into her legitimate businesses. You might have bought a dress from her boutique, unknowingly contributing to the very empire of quiet crime she had built. Power struggles in Isabella's world were handled with unparalleled discretion. When a rival attempted to encroach on her meticulously managed shipping routes or source her exclusive materials, Isabella wouldn't resort to violence. Instead, her vast network of contacts would be subtly activated. A key customs official might suddenly impose a rigorous, inexplicable inspection on a rival's shipment, causing crippling delays. A rival's financial records might find their way anonymously to a zealous tax authority. Her competitors simply found their operations inexplicably bogged down, while Isabella's shipments moved with elegant, effortless grace. She relied on the slow, grinding power of bureaucracy and the subtle weaponization of information. The unraveling of Isabella's empire began not with a dramatic raid, but with a lingering scent and an unusually observant sniffer dog. Agent Mark Dubois, a veteran customs officer at a major European cargo hub, was overseeing routine inspections. His dog, a highly trained Belgian Malinois named Echo, had an uncanny ability to detect minute traces of unusual substances, even through layers of packaging. On this particular afternoon, Echo became unusually fixated on a large crate, clearly labeled Bianchi Haute Couture Spring Collection, destined for New York. The crate passed through the X-ray machine, showing nothing more than bolts of fabric, mannequins, and garment bags. But Echo's persistent, subtle whine and repeated nudges at a specific corner of the crate caught Dubois's attention. He trusted his dog implicitly. On a hunch, he ordered a manual inspection, focusing on the area Echo had indicated. Inside, beneath layers of exquisite silk, was a very small, almost imperceptible cavity in the crate's false bottom, containing a single, unassuming, but highly valuable pre-Columbian artifact. It wasn't the artifact itself that was the immediate alarm bell. It was the faint, lingering smell of an obscure preservative used by museum curators, which Echo had been trained to detect, even in trace amounts. This single, small find was highly unusual for a fashion shipment and immediately triggered a more thorough, targeted investigation. Agent Du Bois, working quietly with Interpol's Art Crime Unit, began to scrutinize all Bianchi Haute Couture shipments. They found no more artifacts, but they began to notice a pattern of inconsistent weight discrepancies between manifest and actual cargo, and a curious, almost imperceptible deviation in the wooden structure of a certain percentage of her shipping crates, the subtle, recurring design flaw of the false bottoms. The elegant simplicity of her concealment was her undoing. The investigation quietly expanded, moving from the physical cargo to the financial records. The Art Crime Unit, now collaborating with financial crime specialists, started to link the small weight discrepancies in her shipments to a series of suspiciously large, untraceable payments made from obscure offshore accounts to suppliers of her legitimate fashion houses. The pre-Columbian artifact was merely the first tiny thread pulled from her vast, interwoven tapestry. It suggested not just smuggling, but a deliberate systemic operation. Isabella Bianchi's downfall was as discreet as her criminal empire. She was not apprehended in a public spectacle, but quietly arrested during a routine business trip to Geneva. Her arrest warrant based on extensive financial documentation and the detailed analysis of her global logistics. The charges included large-scale smuggling, money laundering, and conspiracy. Her empire, built on the elegant flow of goods and the quiet manipulation of systems, crumbled under the weight of an unusually sensitive canine nose and the meticulous deconstruction of her seemingly flawless supply chain, leaving the fashion world to wonder how the source of such beauty could have concealed such a vast, intricate web of quiet crime. Silas Thorne presided over Thorne and Associates, a seemingly reputable financial services firm in a thriving Midwestern city during the early 1960s. From his polished mahogany desk, framed by certificates of community service and philanthropic awards, Silas cultivated an image of a benevolent local financier, a man who helped struggling small businesses and families stay afloat. Yet, beneath this carefully constructed facade, Silas operated a vast and ruthless loan-sharking enterprise, expertly disguised within the legitimate framework of his lending institution. His true power lay not in the interest rates he charged, but in the quiet, insidious leverage he gained over those in desperate need. Silas's ascent began subtly. He identified businesses on the verge of collapse or individuals facing insurmountable medical bills, and offered them swift, no-questions-asked loans when traditional banks turned them away. These initial loans, seemingly charitable, carried quiet, exorbitant terms hidden deep within the fine print. When borrowers inevitably struggled to repay, Silas didn't resort to threats of violence. Instead, he offered restructuring options, forcing them to sign over percentages of their future earnings or demanding shares in their businesses. Those who hesitated found their credit lines mysteriously vanished, their suppliers suddenly demanding cash up front, or their personal financial details anonymously leaked to local gossip columns. Silas understood that the fear of public ruin and financial strangulation was far more potent than any physical threat. He didn't break bones. He broke spirits, forcing compliance through quiet, relentless pressure. His primary method of accumulation was a sophisticated form of economic capture. As businesses faltered under his usurious loan terms, Silas would quietly acquire them at pennies on the dollar, integrating them into his growing portfolio of legitimate-looking enterprises laundromats, diners, even a local newspaper. These acquisitions not only laundered his illicit profits but also extended his reach and influence, creating a self-sustaining ecosystem of quiet control. Loyalty within his inner circle, comprised of shrewd accountants and discreet enforcers who rarely showed their faces, was bought with immense salaries and the implicit understanding that Silas protected them absolutely from the messy realities of the outside world. Disloyalty was met not with overt violence, but with a quiet, financial exile. Bank accounts frozen, credit ratings destroyed, and their ability to ever work in the financial world permanently erased. For years, Silas's system operated with chilling efficiency, an almost invisible web of coercion woven into the fabric of the city's commerce. However, a quiet unease settled in the heart of Eleanor Vance, a meticulous bookkeeper who had worked for Thorne and Associates for nearly 15 years. Eleanor was a woman of quiet routines and an unwavering sense of right and wrong. She processed every loan, every payment, and every restructuring agreement. Slowly, over time, she began to notice patterns that simply did not align with ethical lending practices. The disproportionate number of clients who defaulted despite reasonable initial loan amounts, the sudden, unexplained transfer of ownership of small businesses, and the recurring, substantial consulting fees paid to obscure shell companies. She didn't understand the full scope, but she knew the numbers told a darker story. Eleanor began, without telling anyone, to quietly make copies of specific loan agreements, payment histories, and internal memos, storing them in a locked box at home, a silent archive of her growing disquiet. The turning point came when Eleanor learned that her own elderly aunt, a small bakery owner, had approached Thorne and Associates for a loan to keep her business afloat. Eleanor knew the devastating cycle all too well. It was the personal connection, the fear of seeing her own family fall victim to the silent debt collector, that compelled her to act. She couldn't expose Silas directly, but she could provide a crucial thread. She anonymously sent a single, heavily redacted loan agreement, one that perfectly illustrated the predatory, escalating terms without revealing the borrower's identity, to a local journalist known for her investigative work, Maria Rodriguez. Eleanor included a cryptic note: "Look for the pattern, not the exception, in small business loans." Maria, a tenacious but initially skeptical journalist, saw the single document as potentially a one-off anomaly. However, the sheer, quiet conviction in the anonymous tip intrigued her. She presented the document to a federal agent she knew on background, Agent David Kim, a quiet, analytical man specializing in white-collar crime. Agent Kim, unlike most, possessed an almost obsessive attention to detail. The redacted loan document, with its almost imperceptible financial anomalies, was enough to pique his interest. He began to discreetly gather public records, property transfers, business licenses, and public financial statements related to businesses that had recently changed hands or declared bankruptcy in the city. He wasn't looking for violence, but for financial signatures of duress. The unraveling of Silas Thorne's empire was a slow, methodical process of connecting the seemingly legitimate dots. Agent Kim, supported by a team of forensic accountants, began to map the web of businesses acquired by Thorne and Associates over the past decade. They discovered that nearly every acquired business had first received a loan from Silas's firm, and that the terms of those loans, when examined collectively, revealed a consistent pattern of escalating interest, hidden fees, and coercive clauses that inevitably led to default and acquisition. The evidence was not in confessions, but in the cold, hard numbers. Eleanor, witnessing the slow tightening of the investigation from within, and realizing her silent archive was the definitive proof, anonymously delivered her meticulous copies to Agent Kim, sealing Silas's fate. The silent debt collector was brought down, not by a single act of violence, but by the quiet, relentless pursuit of financial truth hidden in plain sight, illuminated by the moral courage of an The scent of freshly baked bread mingled strangely with the faint metallic tang of old coins in the back office of Mama Rosa's Bakery, a beloved neighborhood institution in 1980s Palermo. Isabella the banker Rossi, her hands dusted with flour, meticulously updated ledgers that held secrets far more complex than simple pastry sales. Her operation, unlike the loud, flamboyant exploits of other crime figures, was built on an almost invisible currency, trust and quiet desperation. But how could a woman who wielded such potent influence through subtle financial maneuvering, and whose network was as robust as the old city stone, fail to see the quiet storm brewing within her own tightly knit family, and what overlooked detail would ultimately lead to her downfall? Isabella Rossi was a matriarch in every sense of the word, but her domain was not simply her family. It was the entire local economy. In a city grappling with widespread poverty and distrust of official institutions, Isabella offered a parallel system of finance that was both more accessible and, for many, more reliable. Mama Rosa's Bakery was her front, a symbol of community and tradition. But behind the sweet facade, it was a bank, a loan shark, and a discreet money laundering operation all rolled into one. Her clients ranged from desperate small business owners needing capital to families seeking to send remittances abroad, all avoiding the prying eyes of conventional banks and the crippling bureaucracy. Her genius lay in her understanding of community needs and her absolute discretion. Loans were granted on a handshake, based on reputation and family ties rather than collateral. Repayments were collected quietly, often through seemingly innocuous errands or deliveries. Funds from illicit activities, smuggled goods, minor racketeering operations were layered through the bakery's cash-intensive business, mixed with legitimate sales, and then funneled into these small, seemingly benevolent loans. The interest rates were usurious, but the accessibility and the promise of no questions asked made it an attractive alternative for those with no other recourse. You might buy a loaf of bread and, in the same transaction, arrange for a loan that would save your struggling olive grove, never realizing the true source of the capital. Isabella's criminal strategies were a masterpiece of social engineering and subtle financial leverage. She built a network of debtors and informants who were bound not by fear, but by a powerful sense of obligation. Her protection extended to the smallest vendors, ensuring their goods were never stolen and their stalls never vandalized, for a small, regular fee. This soft coercion maintained order and funneled a steady stream of income into her coffers. The loans, once repaid, created loyalty, and her ability to provide quiet, untraceable capital made her indispensable. She knew everyone's secrets, not through aggressive surveillance, but through the natural flow of gossip and the casual confessions of those seeking her help. Her knowledge was her power, wielded with a gentle smile and a quiet word. The unraveling of Isabella's empire did not come from an external threat, but from a quiet, internal fracture within her own family. Her youngest son, Antonio, a bright but restless soul, chafed under the weight of the family business. He craved legitimacy, a life unburdened by the constant shadow of illicit dealings. Antonio, while helping with the bakery's finances, began to question the ever-increasing complexity of the ledgers, the coded entries for flour shipments that bore no resemblance to actual inventory. He saw the quiet desperation of the debtors and the subtle, unspoken fear that underlay the community's reliance on his mother. He wasn't a mole, but a man burdened by conscience. Antonio's discontent was compounded by an unlikely catalyst. A local priest, Padre Giuseppe, who had recently returned from studies abroad. Padre Giuseppe, with his fiery sermons against corruption and his quiet work establishing a legitimate credit union for the poor, began to offer an alternative to Isabella's system. Antonio, drawn by the priest's idealism, started volunteering at the credit union, initially just to learn about legitimate finance. As he compared the credit union's simple, transparent accounting to his mother's arcane ledgers, the true scale of her operation and its quiet exploitation began to dawn on him. The critical moment came not with a confession, but with a seemingly innocent request. Padre Giuseppe, in need of a significant sum to fund a community center, approached Isabella for a loan. Isabella, ever the pragmatist, saw an opportunity to extend her influence. She agreed on condition that the credit union's financial records be managed by her trusted associates, a seemingly innocuous oversight measure. Antonio, now fully embedded in the credit union's operations, was tasked with integrating its books with the advisors. As he did so, he discovered a fundamental flaw in his mother's system: her reliance on a single, aging, and increasingly fallible coded key for all her complex transactions. This key, a seemingly random sequence of numbers and Sicilian proverbs, was now documented, however indirectly, in the credit union's files due to the required integration. Antonio discreetly brought his concerns, not to the authorities, but to Padre Giuseppe. He explained the nature of the flower shipments and the true meaning behind the cryptic proverbs. Padre Giuseppe, a man of faith but also pragmatic action, understood the danger. He quietly provided the anonymous, coded information to a new, incorruptible magistrate who had just arrived in Palermo, stressing the need for absolute discretion. The magistrate, a young woman named Sofia Contini, began a quiet investigation, not into Isabella, but into the broader patterns of illicit finance in the city. The coded entries, which only Isabella and Antonio understood, were now a Rosetta Stone for an outsider. Isabella's downfall was not a dramatic raid, but a slow, quiet constriction. The legitimate credit union flourished, gradually siphoning away her most desperate clients. The magistrate, armed with the coded key, began to quietly freeze assets tied to the flower shipments and offshore accounts, citing obscure tax infractions. Mama Rosa's bakery remained open, its bread still delicious, but the silent, powerful engine of Isabella's financial empire slowly seized up. The quiet hum of her power, once so pervasive, faded, leaving behind only the scent of flour and a bitter legacy, revealed by the very son she had hoped to protect. What other hidden truths lie buried beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives? The scent of old paper and dust filled the air in the forgotten back room of the Sentinel, a struggling local newspaper in a quiet Midwestern town, 1950. George, the editor Albright, a man whose bifocals were perpetually perched on his nose, meticulously proofread the obituary section, his focus unwavering. His true power, however, wasn't in reporting the news, but in shaping it, in determining whose stories saw the light of day and whose were buried forever. But how could a man who controlled the very narrative of a community, and whose influence rested on the quiet manipulation of public perception, be undone by the very anonymity he so carefully cultivated, and what seemingly insignificant error would finally expose his quiet grip on the town? George Albright wasn't a criminal in the traditional sense, at least not visibly. He didn't engage in racketeering or violent extortion. His domain was information, and his weapon was silence. As the owner and editor of the Sentinel, the only newspaper in a county of sprawling farms and close-knit communities, he held a unique position of unchecked power. He didn't need to issue threats. The unspoken understanding that a discreet word from him could make a problem disappear, or worse, expose a deeply held secret, was enough. His genius lay in understanding the subtle, almost subconscious influence of perceived truth. His rise was a slow, almost imperceptible process. He acquired the Sentinel at a bargain during the lean years after the war, slowly transforming it from a struggling local rag into the authoritative voice of the community. He cultivated relationships with every influential figure in town, The mayor, the sheriff, the local banker, the high school principal. He knew everyone's stories, their aspirations, and their vulnerabilities. His office, filled with the comforting scent of newsprint and coffee, was a confessional for the powerful and the desperate alike. He would offer advice, subtle hints about how to handle a delicate situation, or quiet assistance in making an inconvenient truth vanish from the public eye. The core of George's strategy was blackmail, but of the most subtle, non-explicit kind, interwoven with carefully constructed favors. He collected information on minor indiscretions, a politician's secret gambling debt, a businessman's infidelity, a sheriff's quiet reliance on a local bookie. This information was rarely used to demand money directly. Instead, it was leverage for mutual cooperation. A well-placed article praising a politician's initiative might appear just as a controversial zoning permit was quietly approved. A sheriff might find a routine crime report subtly downplayed in exchange for overlooking an unlicensed business. The payments weren't cash. They were influence, protection, and the silent agreement to look the other way. George's money laundering was equally subtle, disguised within the legitimate operations of the newspaper. Advertising revenue from businesses that barely existed or subscriptions from phantom readers quietly funneled illicit funds into the paper's accounts. The printing press itself, running through the night, could easily produce extra, untaxed circulars for discreet distribution, generating additional, untraceable income. The complexity of these hidden transactions, buried within the day-to-day operations of a legitimate, publicly trusted institution, made them nearly impossible to detect without an intimate knowledge of the paper's true financial architecture. The unraveling of George's empire didn't come from a dramatic confession or a brave informant. It began with an almost whimsical, long-forgotten hobby of George's: amateur photography. Years ago, in his youth, George had been an avid shutterbug, developing his own prints in a makeshift darkroom in his basement. He had a peculiar habit of numbering his negatives, not sequentially, but by a complex, personalized code that linked to specific events or conversations he considered noteworthy. This system, a personal mnemonic device, was entirely separate from his newspaper's official archives. Decades later, a new, state-of-the-art regional archive was being established, aiming to preserve local history. A young, enthusiastic archivist named Sarah Jenkins, passionate about digitizing old media, volunteered to help the Sentinel organize its vast collection of historical photographs and negatives. George, proud of his youthful hobby, reluctantly allowed her access to his personal negative collection, believing them to be harmless amateur works. As Sarah meticulously processed and cataloged the negatives, she noticed George's unusual numbering system. One particular sequence, 07G4A, consistently appeared alongside images of seemingly innocuous social gatherings, town hall meetings, Rotary Club luncheons, school events. What made them stand out was the peculiar way George had framed these shots, almost always featuring a specific local official or businessman in a subtle, almost unnoticeable moment of awkwardness or hushed conversation. This in itself was not suspicious, but it piqued Sarah's curiosity. The critical break came when Sarah, researching a local historical society request, was asked to find an old photograph of a specific town council meeting from 1957. She found it in George's personal collection, labeled 07G4A. However, another, seemingly identical photograph of the same meeting was published in the Sentinel a few days later, but with a slight, almost imperceptible cropping. The published version cropped out a minor figure in the background, a known, albeit discreet, local bookie, who was subtly handing an envelope to the councilman now featured prominently in the paper. The uncropped negative, with George's unique code, revealed a quiet transaction that had been deliberately excised from the public record. Sarah, a keen observer, started looking for other instances of similar, subtle cropping in George's personal negative collection when compared to the published photographs. She found dozens. Each instance revealed a small, uncomfortable detail, a furtive handshake, a shared glance with an unsavory character, a discreet exchange of a document that had been meticulously removed from the public narrative. The unique numbering system on the negatives, combined with a later, seemingly innocuous property dispute George was involved in, allowed Sarah to connect specific favor articles in the paper to the blackmail photographs. George's downfall was not a sudden exposure, but a slow, quiet revelation, meticulously pieced together by a young archivist who saw not just images, but the silent stories they chose not to tell. What other truths lie hidden in the forgotten archives of our lives, waiting for someone to observe the subtle deletions? In the gleaming skyscrapers of late 1980s Miami, where neon lights cast long shadows over palm-lined boulevards, Leon, the accountant Vargas, was an unseen titan. He didn't carry a gun, wear flashy jewelry, or frequent exclusive nightclubs. Instead, he meticulously managed the staggering cash flow of one of the largest drug cartels in the Western Hemisphere, making billions disappear and reappear as pristine, legitimate capital. How did a seemingly innocuous financial genius become indispensable to a violent criminal enterprise? And what subtle flaw in his perfect system ultimately exposed the entire sprawling network? Leon Vargas was a savant with numbers, a former banking prodigy who, disillusioned with the rigid ethics of corporate finance, found his true calling in the fluid, boundless world of illicit wealth. While drug lords focused on distribution and enforcement, Leon built the financial infrastructure that allowed their empires to flourish beyond the reach of law enforcement. His genius lay in his ability to exploit the burgeoning global financial system, leveraging offshore accounts, shell corporations, and legitimate-sounding investments to obscure the true origin of vast sums of drug money. He transformed piles of dirty cash into streams of clean credit, allowing cartel leaders to purchase legitimate businesses, influence politicians, and live lives of unquestioned luxury, all while remaining financially untraceable. His primary method involved a dizzying array of smuffing operations, where large sums of cash were broken down into smaller, untraceable deposits by hundreds of seemingly unrelated individuals. These smaller amounts would then be funneled through various domestic banks, eventually consolidated and transferred to offshore accounts in countries with strict banking secrecy laws. From there, the money would be layered through complex transactions, buying and selling commodities, real estate, and even high-value art through a series of shell companies controlled by Leon. This elaborate dance of funds created a dense, almost impenetrable fog, making it impossible for investigators to follow the money back to its source. Leon operated from a nondescript office building, his only visible luxury a complex array of computer monitors displaying ever-shifting financial data. He was the quiet maestro of global illicit finance. The cartel relied on Leon not just for laundering but for strategic financial advice. He showed them how to diversify their investments, turning drug profits into seemingly legitimate stakes in everything from commercial real estate in bustling urban centers to legitimate shipping companies and even legitimate construction firms. This diversification made the cartel less reliant on direct drug sales for their income, creating a hybrid criminal corporate entity that blurred the lines between illicit and legitimate enterprise. You might have unknowingly worked for a company secretly owned by the very cartel Leon served, all thanks to his financial wizardry. The first hint of trouble in Leon's meticulously crafted world came not from a direct investigation into the cartel, but from an international banking regulator, a sharp-eyed analyst named Sofia Rodriguez, who was compiling a routine report on unusual capital flows through a small, seemingly insignificant Caribbean bank. She noticed a consistent pattern of unusually large, yet structured, wire transfers from this bank into several seemingly unrelated U.S. real estate development companies, always within the limits that would avoid automatic flagging. There was no immediate red flag, just a persistent feeling that the numbers didn't quite add up for a bank of that size. The true unraveling, however, began with a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the global financial landscape. As the 1990s approached, international banking regulations slowly began to tighten, spurred by growing concerns over terrorism financing and global drug networks. New agreements on information sharing between countries were quietly ratified. Leon, ever confident in his impenetrable system, made a fatal miscalculation. He underestimated the pace and scope of these evolving regulatory changes, particularly the newly implemented Know Your Customer (KYC) protocols. He believed his layering was too complex, his network too vast, for any single regulation to pierce. Specifically, a new, mandatory data sharing agreement between the US and several Caribbean nations meant that for the first time, patterns of structured deposits that Leon had relied upon were being automatically cross-referenced across borders. It wasn't about one large transaction, but the cumulative effect of hundreds of small, seemingly legitimate ones that now, due to enhanced data analytics, began to link back to the same originating sources and ultimately the same illicit cash flows. The small Caribbean bank that Sofia Rodriguez had initially flagged was one of the first to be subjected to this enhanced scrutiny. They were forced to disclose their client list and transaction histories, revealing the intricate web of shell companies Leon had created. This new level of transparency provided the crucial thread for investigators. It wasn't a sudden raid, but a slow, methodical tracing of the money, backwards through the shell companies, through the smuffing operations, and eventually to the very locations where the illicit cash was initially deposited. Leon Vargas was ultimately arrested not in a dramatic shootout, but at a quiet, international financial conference in London, where he was ironically giving a lecture on innovative investment strategies. His laptop, filled with encrypted ledgers, was his only companion. The quiet click of the detective's camera as he photographed the complex financial diagrams on Leon's screens sealed the fate of a man who mastered the art of financial invisibility, only to be undone by the slow, inexorable tide of global transparency.